can play a big role in transparency and accountability, and it's our responsibility to also raise public awareness on the resource governance, as we are the catalyst for change. He also went on to talk about, as the African continent, to say we also need to advocate as SAIs for the mineral resources funds that will be ultimately used to benefit our citizens. Then we moved on to our keynote speaker, who took us through the mining sector in Tanzania, their key role in granting licenses and how they are involved in the value chain. He mentioned some of their major successes being the minerals contribution to the Tanzanian GDP from 5.3% to 9% over the 5-year period from 2019 to 2023. He also mentioned that the minerals exports contributed 56% of all the exports, and that there is a need for the establishment of the mineral census. He then went on to talk about the local content management and how it has benefited Tanzanians in terms of creating employment. Obviously, for those successes do not come without mentioning the challenges. He did mention that as the sector, they are facing a lot of challenges ranging from the poor capital and technology for small-scale miners and the poor supporting infrastructure. Then after that, we had a panel discussion just to reflect on the keynote speaker. And some of the issues that came up from the panelists was the insufficient information on what resources do we have as countries when it comes to extractive industries, and how do we then attract our investors. Then we went on to speak about the role of the civil society, and one of the speakers mentioned the fact that when we're looking at the civil society, it is really shrinking when it comes to Southern Africa. He did mention Zimbabwe, South Africa, in terms of their voice and making sure that we're holding our government accountable. Then in the afternoon, we moved on to our technical objectives as AFROSAI-E in preparation for our strategy. We took you through our products and how they've contributed to what we have today. And if there are things that you want to change, you contributed to that in terms of what are some of the issues that we need to take into account going to our next strategy. I remember SAI Sierra Leone did mention about the issue of collaboration, that we need to improve when it comes to that. And the e-learning as well, to say in terms of the resources, maybe we should have a central area as AfROSAI-E as well when it comes to our extractive industries information, so that people can be able to extract the information. That then took us to the end of the day yesterday. Then before I move on to our today's session, if you look at the agenda, our focus is more on the anti-corruption measures that we have. And joining me today, I have online speakers. I would like to conduct the session in terms of the presenter will present, and then we'll have a Q&A session afterwards. And the first presenter that is going to be starting, I would like to call upon Mr. Kugen Pillay, who's going to be joining us online. Maybe just to go through his bio. Mr. Kugen Pillay has a BSc and the MBA in Strategy and Entrepreneurship, served as the advisory board member to the former Public Protector of South Africa, Thuli Madonsela, and he is a former project manager to the National Anti-Corruption Strategy in the presidency. He served on various structures, focusing on moral regeneration and values charter for ethical leadership. He drafted the original concept for the inauguration for Halima Mohlanthe Conference on Building an Inclusive Economy, and also the illicit financial flows. He then had a discussion panel with the Thabo Mbeki Foundation both in collaboration with the European Union. He previously led the Tambo debate on implementing the National Development Plan in partnership with Wits University Presidency and the Tambo Foundation. He is currently a management board member of the School of Public Leadership Anti-Corruption Unit at the University of Stellenbosch and the steering committee member of the IACC, a campaign of the NGO, Integrity and International, and co-chair of the African Subcommittee. Welcome, Kugen Pillay, over to you. Can you just share with us in terms of the work that you've been doing when it comes to anti-corruption measures?
On the thematic of regional extractive industries workshop, specifically the better resource governance aspects to improve citizens, and more specifically focusing on anti-corruption measures. Next slide. Next slide, Nikki. So my presentation would cover the following. The present context in South Africa, Africa, and globally, the political economy, the policy indicators, both in South Africa but also regionally and the UN SDGs, and then the impact of corruption on the economy, and then the role of partnerships and collaboration, and then specific interventions that I am part of that I'd like to share with the forum in terms of anti-corruption measures, and then I'd like to have some concluding remarks. Thank you. So the current context, all of you might know, in February 2024, early this year, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres spoke about the world being currently the most polarized, most unsafe and insecure since World War II, and the greatest trust deficit between leaders and citizens worldwide. I think we all see it in Africa, and we've seen it in South Africa. We've witnessed multiple geopolitical crises and conflicts in the Ukraine-Russia conflict, the Middle East conflict, and then even conflicts and wars in Africa. We've also seen a declining of morals, ethics, and a lack of values-based leadership. And with this, we've seen the various social ills that have been exposed, such as extreme hunger, poverty, and inequality, greed, crime, and corruption. We've seen the increase in wealth of the super rich, which prompted the Brazilian finance minister at the G20 in February early this year to talk about taxation of the super rich, and also calling for reforms to the global economic and financial systems. We've also seen, with all these crises, the resurgence of civil society activism across the globe, especially by the youth. And we witnessed it recently and currently are still witnessing it right on our doorstep in Kenya. Early this year, in January 2024, the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index revealed the worsening corruption trends in South Africa, but also globally, as impacting human rights and ultimately social justice. What does this have for the policy indicators? We've seen, end of last year at the UN, a report on the UN SDGs on Vision 2030, that they are presently 15% on track. I've seen an updated statistic last week that cannot go into the resource governance, into the extractive industries without looking at the political economy. And in this regard, I want to share with you some findings from the Zondo report. Many of you might know, might have heard of it. But since 1994, that magic moment of Mandela and the democracy that we've had, the democracy was interrupted by state capture and grand corruption. And coming out of that was a commission led by the present Chief Justice Zondo, and this is the Zondo report I talk about. So in June 2022, Chief Justice Zondo, in his state capture report, spoke about the massive deficit in integrity and accountability being the key causes of state capture and grand corruption. He also spoke about impunity and greed, and he called for the urgency of whistleblowers who have borne the brunt of exposing corruption. Earlier this year, at the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index, as I've indicated, it showed alarming trends of corruption in Africa and globally, which is compromising justice and peace. In South Africa, we've had below 41, below the average, and it's been referred to as a flawed democracy, which has also been impacted by grave listing in the last 2 years, which has impacted our investment, our growth, and also all the basic human rights of employment and access to health and the various SDGs. In October last year, at the Interfaith Forum in South Africa, a regional interfaith forum, it was revealed that we have a deep crisis of morals and ethics. It was revealed that South Africa is still the most unequal country in the world from 1994, and that's a real indictment against society, given the sacrifices made by Mandela and his colleagues. It was also revealed by the Pan-African Parliament colleagues that Africa has less than a decade to turn around the dire situation, given the conflicts and coups in Africa, the outsourcing of governance, and we've seen in some countries. In South Africa, we've had our own state capture. At that function, which was also attended by former President Thabo Mbeki, he spoke about the multiple crises that's engulfing South Africa, and then also other African countries, but he also warned of South Africa's own Arab Spring. Thabo Mbeki previously led a study on illicit financial flows, which I'll come to in a short while. So presently, what laws or policies do we need to counteract corruption and therefore strengthen governance, whether it's in the economy, in the extractive industries, to make a better life for all? So presently, we have enough laws, we have enough policies and instruments. In South Africa, we have the Constitution of 1994 under Mandela, which has been world-read. We have a National Development Plan, our policy. We have the Global Anti-Corruption Policy Document, UNCAC, the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. We also have PRECA, we have COCA, the Companies Act, and in South Africa we have the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. So my interest is, I've served in the presidency 5 years ago to help finalize the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, but 5 years later, we see very little signs of implementation. And colleagues, it ultimately translates into the electoral. So we've had our 7th national election a month ago, and it's the first time in 30 years that the ANC have lost the majority. And one of the main reasons cited was corruption and the impact on all the basic rights, as indicated earlier, on crime, corruption, water, the power crisis, etc. So essentially, the problem we have is a lack of implementation. We have all the policies, lack of enforcement, due to the lack of political will. So what options are available to society to address this further? And I'll come to that in a moment. So ultimately what we're seeing is, and Chief Justice Zondo, after leading this commission, remarked in November last year, in the presence of the President, I was fortunate to be at the meeting, where he said, the levels of corruption in our country have reached completely unacceptable proportions, and unless something very drastic and effective is done soon, we will have no country worth calling our own. And I might want to add, as much as this is South Africa and Chief Justice Zondo and the anti-corruption, I think this is true of many other countries on the African continent, but also elsewhere. Thank you. So what does it tell us about what is happening on the ground in terms of policy? So my focus on the presentation looks at two SDGs, namely 16 and 17. 16 on strengthening governance and 17 on partnerships. And because these SDGs ultimately impact everything, on equality, on gender, on health, and all of that. And as I've indicated, in September last year, the UN SDG mentioned we are 15% on target. Last week I said 17%, so we moved 2%, not much. And in South Africa, we are not at all on target. So that's a real cause for concern. Thank you. You're welcome. So I thought these slides summarize quite nicely the impact of corruption, and it's a human rights issue. Some of you might know former UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Navi Pillay. In 2013, she mentioned, corruption kills. Money stolen through corruption every day is enough to feed the world's hungry 80 times over. Corruption denies them the right to food, and in some cases the right to life. We have seen whistleblowers in South Africa paying with their lives. In the COVID crisis, for that matter, one of the colleagues, by revealing COVID corruption, was assassinated in a brutal manner. And that was a woman, a single mother, in the month of women in South Africa. So, as you can see, corruption is a human rights issue, it's a women issue, and it's a moral issue. And the slide, the picture next to it, is a colleague that has spoken on the death of her sister and has welcomed the International Anti-Corruption Court, which I'll come to in a moment, as a potential intervention to address whistleblowing, but to also address corruption. Thank you. So I wouldn't spend long on this, but it just makes the point that former President Thabo Mbeki, in his study, presented this a few years ago already, when he spoke about illicit financial flows in Africa, around $100 billion annually. And you can imagine what that can do for development, progress, human rights, economy, for people to have dignity. Thank you. So this summarizes the illicit circle that I've been talking about in Africa. And my focus, as much as it's South Africa, it's also Africa. And I think we have a vested interest for us to make Africa turn over the page as warned by the Pan-African colleagues at last year's Interfaith Forum. So this is showing some various countries and the figure of $100 billion annually that's wasted to illicit financial flows. Thank you. So, what does it tell us? And what's the current trends and where are we going? I think many of you have seen recently, and you are seeing presently, the Kenya protests against increased costs of living, basically active citizenry in action. Many of you might know, this was in the month of June, and South Africa's month of June is dedicated to youth, as the youth in 1976 laid down their lives when they were gunned down by the illegitimate apartheid regime. And yet we are seeing many of the challenges from then, from the colonial era into our present era. So it shows you the impact of corruption. While we've addressed one of the social ills, corruption has now taken over. We've seen inequality that is systemically entrenched. In South Africa, unemployment in South Africa is in excess of 32%, but 40% is the figure we have, what you call the more accurate figure. And for the youth, the figure I'm giving is in excess of 60%. In 1994, when Mandela came in, his life was dedicated to making the life a better place. And certainly, this must be an indictment on us as society in South Africa, especially when we say 1994, South Africa was the most unequal world. In 2024, we remain the most unequal world, unequal society. So we've seen the impact of wars, corruption, and illicit financial flows globally, but also in Africa. At the COP27 of December last year, sorry, COP28 of December last year, when the UN Secretary General released his final report, It was interesting to hear from King Charles saying we need to move away from conference declarations, from conference resolutions, especially with climate change, to action plans and timelines. And I think coming from the King, that was very, very welcome, because the COP meetings have been going on for a while, but we seem to be in the worst crisis from the climate crisis and the various impacts it has on citizens. In South Africa in the last month, President Ramaphosa came in as the 7th administration president, but for the first time losing the ANC majority and leading a government of national unity. So I've spoken about the worsening poverty, unemployment, inequality in South Africa, and the indictment of society against Madiba's life. And I think for us, what this represents is the government of national unity. While the ANC has failed as a party to address it, we are hoping, and that's due to the political will, when you can't hold your colleagues and comrades to account, we're hoping the new government of national unity will help. But I think more important is the pressure from citizens that will help in turning the tide. We've also seen recently, and I'll come to that, executive remuneration. So colonial practices versus the public good versus the public benefit. I will wrap up with some proposals, and one of them is a value system of decency, of integrity and ethics, and an intervention of the International Anti-Corruption Court, which I sit on some of the structures. And I think I also want to reflect on former Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who was very close to Mandela, but led pretty much the anti-apartheid struggle from South Africa globally. And at his Mandela lecture in 2003, he spoke about a sovereign wealth fund. And many of you might know, in 2018, when Obama spoke at the Mandela lecture, he also spoke about he doesn't need too much of food, he doesn't need too much of cars and too much of wealth. So I think that talks to us about what kind of life we need and how do we lead society with all the social ills that are being demonstrated by the extractive sector, but the economy as a whole, and what role do we have to play as a society. Thank you. So this capture by the UN Secretary General, I think, summarizes the aspect on the just energy transition, where he says too often production of these energy transition minerals leaves a toxic cloud in its wake, pollution, wounded communities, childhood lost to labor, and sometimes dying in the war. And developing countries and communities have not reaped the benefits of their production and trade. The race to net zero cannot trample over the poor, by the UN Secretary General. And as I've indicated in his concluding remarks at last year's COP meeting, it was good to hear King Charles saying we need to move away from resolutions, we need to move away from talk shops, we need to move towards action, results, and timelines, but equally important, accountability. Thank you. Earlier on, a few weeks ago, when President Ramaphosa was sworn in as the 7th administration president, this is what he had to say. He said, and the fact that the ANC have won the majority the first time in 30 years, he said, the voters want a transformed, growing and inclusive economy that creates jobs for millions of job seekers and offers business opportunities to all entrepreneurs in our nation, women and men, young and old. The people have been clear about what they want. And this is coming from the fact that the ANC has been dominating the political landscape in the last 30 years, and for the first time they are now going to below 50%, and hence in order for them to govern, they have to form coalitions, and this has led to a government of national unity, pretty much what Mandela did in 1994. The difference is that when Mandela came into power in 1994, the ANC had a majority, but Mandela still chose to bridge the divide between the apartheid colonial era and the new democratic era. Now we are doing it because the voters, the citizens have said, we don't, this is what we want. We want a coalition government, and we want parties to govern together in the best interest of the citizens. Thank you. And I think this picture summarizes what I'm saying. When you look at the mega million pay packages, we have the CEO of Standard Bank, Sim Chabalala, with the 83 million rand. We have the CEO of Capitec, another bank. And then we have a CEO of the Extractive industry sector of Siberiana mining, the gold mining sector, being front of one, and then we have another financial sector CEO. So these salaries are massive. I've shared with you the parallels that Bishop Tutu was talking about 20 years ago. A sovereign wealth fund, a fair system coming out of the apartheid era. I mentioned what former President Obama spoke about. Why is there a need for so much of this wealth when we have between 30% and 60% unemployment in the country, and then we have super wealthy people? So hence one can see the relevance of the finance minister from Brazil bringing this up on the agenda. But I think we cannot just leave it to these structures, and I think that's what I'll be coming to as I try to wrap up with some resolutions. Next slide, please. So in concluding, I think Ban Ki-moon summarizes it quite nicely when he says corruption is measured not just in the billions of dollars of squandered or stolen government resources, but most importantly in the absence of the hospitals, schools, clean water, roads and bridges that would have changed families and communities, ultimately impacting the very basic dignity and human rights that is proclaimed in our Constitution, in the African Union Charter, as well as in the United Nations Declaration for Human Rights. So in concluding, colleagues, I want to leave you with some of this thought. So given the current threats facing humanity in South Africa, in Africa and globally, a return to values of human decency, as contemplated in the Constitution of South Africa, the AU Charter on Values, and the United Declaration of Human Rights. I will come back to shortly the GMK model of global ethical leadership. When I say GMK, it's about Gandhi, Mandela, and King. Many of you know Gandhi, the Indian liberation hero, Mandela, everyone knows, from South Africa, and then King, the US civil rights leader. And I think in doing so, we need to harness active citizenry. The second point is we need to institutionalize such value system to ensure good governance, to hence enable the noble goals of the NDP in South Africa and the UN SDGs are achieved. In South Africa, we have the Public Service Commission that is working on the next point which I talk about, which is professionalizing governance. And we need to start with the global UN and regionally in each of the various countries. The specific interventions that I'd like to talk about is the International Anti-Corruption Court, which I'm pleased to be working with former Justice Richard Golson in South Africa, who's been world acclaimed and also served in Mandela's time. The IACC, we see it as an innovative instrument that provides both the moral and the legal imperative to address corruption and achieve good governance. One cannot ignore that corruption is the opposite side of good governance. And I think to achieve the benefits of the extractive market for all citizens, we have to have good governance. To achieve good governance, we have to address corruption. And I think that's where the political will lies, in leaders holding each other to account. So the International Anti-Corruption Court, what else is it expected to address? It's an innovation that also addresses the transnational and global nature of the harm wreaked by corruption on development in local communities. I mentioned the figure by former President Thabo Mbeki, around the $100 billion mark annually, and you can imagine these are from countries in Africa and elsewhere in the world, and all this is transnational, and the IACC proposes to address that. In South Africa, as I mentioned, Justice Zondo and his recommendation, we need to implement that and we need to enforce it. As I've indicated earlier, the key aspect of state capture that Justice Zondo spoke about was the lack of accountability and integrity. And in so doing, we'd like to share lessons with Africa as we implement the National Anti-Corruption Strategy and UNCAC. Even UNCAC, for that matter, it's an international instrument, but very poor signs of implementation. And then we are hoping, in so doing, to help level the playing field globally for ethical businesses, help return stolen assets to benefit the delivery of public goods and services in Africa, and help build trust in the rule of law by showing that there is no impunity for grand corruption. And then finally, the partnership of global institutions with a model treaty to ensure accountability, human rights, and social justice. Many colleagues have asked about the ICC, and this is what we are trying to learn a lesson from, to make this not an instrument of the North against the South, but a truly global instrument. Hence, on the drafting treaty with Justice Goldstone, we have colleagues internationally represented, including from Africa as well. Thank you. Next slide. Next slide. So colleagues, as I close up about the GKM, the Gary King Mandela concept of leadership, I mean, this just summarizes it. So, as Mandela said, what counts in life is not the mere fact that we live, it is the difference that we seek to make in the lives of people. Martin Luther King himself spoke about we need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice, not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. And as Gandhi said, the future depends on what we do in the present. He also spoke about the world is big enough to satisfy everyone's needs, but will always be too small for everyone's greed. And from my perspective, I think bad things happen when good people remain silent and do nothing. So how do we take these resolutions into action, and how do we make South Africa, Africa a better place, and also the world? And I think being a former science student and a disciple of Albert Einstein, I think I have to mention what Einstein says. The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything. And I'm sure many of you are watching the dynamics in the US at the moment, the world's superpower, about the leadership contest and the issues that are coming out from Trump versus Biden. And I think at the end, we as citizens will need to determine and decide leaders that can honestly and ethically lead us for the betterment of all citizens, not just for one's personal self-interest. Thank you, Nikki and colleagues, and I'm happy to take any questions coming out of this.
Thank you so much, Kugen. I like the phrase that you used when you said corruption is the opposite of good governance. And the way you are summarizing to say, when you are looking at the African continent, we are losing 100 billion when it comes to IFFs. And I think we've had this discussion about the issue of policies and the legal framework to say, we do have the legal framework in place, but the issue or the challenge is that when it comes to implementation, then it's an issue. I'm just going to allow to take questions from the floor, and even on our online colleagues, if you can just drop us a chat there, and we can respond to those questions. Yes, AG.
Thank you very much for that brilliant presentation. Indeed, as you started, you mentioned that corruption is in an unacceptable proportion in Africa. Indeed, with a couple of quotations, there was a former World Bank managing director that said corruption impedes development and hurts the poor. It is the poor people that always suffer when we talk about corruption. And we've been talking a lot. Now we have to put the talk into action. Corruption is of a global concern. And the Anti-Corruption Commission or agencies that we have in our country cannot do it alone. They cannot fight corruption alone. We have to be seen to be working as a team. And I'm of the view that all the actors in the accountability sector should come together for us to succeed to fight corruption. They cannot do it alone. If the Public Accounts Committee that we have in our various countries, the SAIs, Supreme Audit Institution, the anti-corruption agencies, the Attorney or Legal Office that we have, the Law Officer's Office, department that we have in our various countries, if we come together as a team to fight corruption, I think we'll be able to succeed. For me, I'm a strong believer that the total benefits of the team far outweigh the sum of the individual benefits. So it's only when we pull resources together that we'll be able to succeed to fight corruption. So that's my own view, and that's my concern, and I think that's the direction we should be thinking about now. Let's have to stop the talk, put things into action by coming together. And those corrupt officials, when they know that the accountability bodies have come together to fight corruption, then they will change their way of doing things. Thank you.
Thank you, AG. Any other questions? Online colleagues? All right. Okay. I think just on my side as well, you touched on the whistleblowers, right? And in terms of their protection. So I just wanted to find out in terms of what is it that you can do to ensure that whistleblowers are protected?
Can I respond early?
Yes. Can you start with the AG on his comment?
Yes. So AG, thank you for those comments. I really appreciate it, and I'm fully in agreement with you. And I think what I'd like to respond to in that regard is, as I mentioned 5 years ago, I served in the presidency as well as one of the law enforcement agencies in the country called the Special Investigative Unit. And so my disappointment 5 years later is very poor sign of implementation. Hence, I've been very active in the space, working with civil society and academia, writing and also sharing with the president my proposals. And you can see finally it's translated into the electoral results, where the ANC was given a less than majority final verdict. So more recently, I've been appointed as board member of the anti-corruption unit at Stellenbosch University in Cape Town. And in this regard, we're working with, as an academic institution, we're working with some of the institutions, and one of them, as some of you might know, is a special investigating unit to see how we translate, firstly, how we work together, and then how we translate some of these lovely policies into action. So I'd like to ask my colleagues there to make a note of your details, your contact details, so we can be in touch to see how we spread this network out in Africa, obviously starting in South Africa from where we are working. And we are also growing this partnership with other partners, because I agree with you. We have many partners, we can't do it all on our own. It's how do you tap into the expertise of the different partners. So point well noted, but more importantly, I'm also hoping that we also, if we meet again in a year's time, we can give results. And we are still reeling from the state capture period, where it's estimated that in excess of R1 trillion has left the country. You can imagine what that does for the country, for the citizens. Hence, we've seen rolling power blackouts, we've seen water blackouts, and the impact on the poorest of the poor. So I'm fully in agreement with that, and we'll be happy to share with you. Nikki, on your point about whistleblowers, very important. So I mentioned the International Anti-Corruption Court earlier. It's been in existence for the last couple of years. I've been brought on board in the last 6 months to help move the process forward. And in that regard, I'm working closely with Justice Goldstone from South Africa, who's leading the treaty drafting process. We are hoping to have a draft treaty by September, October this year, which we will then share locally in South Africa, but also with our African colleagues, and that could be the AG as well as other colleagues on this forum, to get input, because this will be a global treaty. And part of that also includes whistleblower protection and support. So in South Africa, we have the PDA, the Protective Disclosures Act, which is a 20-year-old document. And since the state capture report, the Zola report, a lot of focus has been on whistleblower protection and support. I myself have been part of many study groups with civil society academia. We've made submissions to Justice Rondo during the commission. We've made submissions to the government, to the Department of Justice, and we've also had meetings with the Department of Justice. And the biggest problem when people have asked, as you've seen in the presentation, it's not that we have little instruments or little policies. We have many of them. There's no implementation. And then if you ask what's the reason for no implementation, it's the political lack of political will. And previously we've had an ANC-led government, and many of them were implicated in state capture. Hence, not many of them have been brought to justice or been prosecuted. So I think this new government of national unity, because we've got many political players now in government, will help, but it still needs the pressure of citizens. And for me, whistleblower protection is most important, not just because we blow the whistle on corruption, but it also translates into basic service delivery. Just to give you an example, end of last year, a colleague in one of the areas put on the social media the potholes that they are faced with. Can you believe it? The mayor goes into her house, confronts her, and threatens her. Thanks to social media, this went viral, and he was subsequently suspended. So whistleblowing protection is not just about corruption. It's about good governance, it's about basic service delivery, it's about making the place a better world, and it goes to the theme. How do we make sure the benefits of this sector is brought to the citizens, and not just an elite few? So, being on the IACC agenda, we are hoping to accelerate all of these things. And as I've indicated, there's no reason why it should have taken so long. And it is still sitting with government and not moved forward. So we're hoping for some results. But just on the last point, I've also sat on an international forum a few years ago when a colleague in the US mentioned they've approached Congress on whistleblowing protection. And they've asked the question how long, and Congress said it will take them 10 years. She got together a group of legal experts. They've managed to pull it within 6 months. So as the AG said, we can do this faster if we do it together in collaboration and partnership. And I think the last point is to add to that. I'm sure many of you have seen the whistleblowing on Boeing being opened up in Congress. And the CEO of Boeing takes $35 million a year. And the people that have blown the whistle on poor practices, and some of them have been threatened and hit with retaliation. And what is nice about this, at least the world can see it, because we all need to learn from each other on best practices. And many of you will be traveling and Boeing in a few years. So 5 years, 10 years from now, the last thing you want is a crash. And these are whistleblowers in the operation that are highlighting the dangers on the technical side. So whistleblowing has many important benefits. Thank you, Nikki.
All right, we're going to take another set of questions.
Are you cooking?
Morning.
I like the fact that you mentioned the International Anti-Corruption Court. I think the interest around the court, having listened to you and Justin explain to the people how this court will work, the interest is really growing. So I'd like you to explain to us how different the court is to the already existing IEC or to the already existing international court that works on corruption, and how you guys plan on rolling out the anti-corruption court to countries in Africa, and the progress of the court itself, what stage is at, and when can the citizens and concerned stakeholders actually get their hands on this court that's being mentioned now and there and the interventions really. Thank you.
Thanks, Francis, for the question. So just briefly, the difference between the ICC and the IACC, International Anti-Corruption Court. The ICC's mandate is primarily on war crimes, on crimes against humanity, and hence it's brought against countries, by countries against countries. The IACC, and people ask the question, could we not merge the mandate? And the answer is, it will take very long to achieve that. And hence we are doing this process, getting various leaders around the world to endorse it. So to give you a bit of information on where we are with the process, about 2 years ago, we've got interest from the Dutch government and the Canadian government. They both supported it, and they made this as part of the foreign policy. For now, there are in excess of 300 leaders worldwide that have endorsed it, leaders from many countries, Nobel laureates, past leaders. So that helps the approval process and the endorsement stage. We are also mobilizing civil society worldwide. And you can see why we're doing this. It's not going to be easy if you put it on the UN's agenda. You're going to have most of the powerful countries objecting to it. And this is also aimed mainly at kleptocrats, leaders who steal from the citizens and hide the wealth in other offshore accounts. So we have two of the G7 countries, and we're hoping to make more progress within the G7 and G20 bloc, because that's the most powerful bloc. On the African side, we've got Nigeria fully behind us, and we should be engaging with other countries. So, Fenso, I might engage with you when you're back in the country to look at some feedback from this forum and to get other countries from this forum to support this initiative. And then in terms of the mechanism and process, so it is hoped that we have two chambers, a criminal chamber and a civil chamber. The criminal chamber will be aimed at kleptocrats mainly, and the civil chamber, I mean, you can imagine if we had this a few years ago, Putin wouldn't have invaded Ukraine so easily. Likewise, we wouldn't have state capture in South Africa with Jacob Zuma so easily. So I think this is all part of evolution and improvement and development. So the other second part that's more important in my view is the civil part, which talks about asset recovery. And in this regard, many of these leaders, whether it's public sector or private sector, steal citizens' money instead of serving citizens, and then they hide it in offshore accounts. And that is why I talk about the UNCAC have not been very successful in implementing. They've actually been very poor at implementing. But they have a network already of 190 state parties. And the purpose of the IACC is it'll be more as an instrument of complementarity. So it's not to take over UNCAC's role, but UNCAC is there already. But if a country that needs resources or expertise, then at least the IACC is there. So it will be a court of last resort. Where will it be positioned? There are discussions between The Hague and elsewhere. So The Hague looks like a fair choice, but as I've indicated, these are still all draft considerations which Justice Goldstone is leading with, and there should be a draft treaty later this year. And Offensive, when we have a follow-up meeting with you when you're back, the plan is to have some consultations in person and virtual, locally in South Africa, but also regionally in Africa, because for me it is important to have our African colleagues on board, because we need to turn the tide against the high level of poverty, high level of underdevelopment in Africa. And I think, as Thabo Mbeki talks about, when he talks about $100 billion, remember, this figure is more, in some cases, for countries than the actual foreign direct investment they get. So it's quite sad to know that Africa becomes a net creditor in a way, where we are actually donating to rich countries as opposed to the other way around. That is why the fight against corruption is so important. So to answer you from a timeline point of view, once the draft treaty is ready later this year, we are going to use that to engage with citizens locally and in Africa, but also we will be mobilizing with countries and the G7 and G20 countries, because it is a human rights issue. Human rights is part of the UN agenda, and we need to not be quiet about the failure of policy implementation, because at the end, when people come into these offices and they leave after every few years, the world is worse off. You might remember during the COVID crisis, Guterres spoke about the COVID crisis revealing the structural fault lines and inequalities in society, the political, governance, and economic fault lines. And this he revealed when he was doing the Mandela lecture. You might also remember Prime Minister Mia Mottley from Barbados, when she did the Mandela lecture about 2 years ago. She said this is not new. We've had these challenges there for the last century. So I think, I think this forum is an important forum. We have the vested interest for Africa and for our future generations, and we must make this work. Thanks, Offense.
Thank you so much, Kugan, and good luck with the IACC, and definitely you're going to share your contacts with the AG Sierra Leone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right.
Colleagues, I might have to leave, so I will say goodbye to all, and I'll catch up with the next in Johannesburg. Have a good conference. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, colleagues. I think before we take the tea break, we just want to go to our second presenter, who is online as well. And if you remember last year, as AfROSAI-E in collaboration with other stakeholders, we had our first ever anti-corruption conference that was held in Joburg. And some of the colleagues here were there. And we had a follow-up this year in April, again in Joburg. So my next speaker is going to be taking us through the resolution that you came up with and where we are. And yesterday I spoke about our partners, GGA. So I'm going to be introducing you to Stephen, who's going to be taking us through that session in terms of our anti-corruption efforts. So Stephen is a peace building and development specialist. He currently serves as the head of Peace and Security Program of Good Governance Africa, where he leads a team of researchers looking at emerging security challenges in Southern Africa region. Previous Stephen worked at the Institute of Justice and Reconciliation, IJR, as the head of the institution Countering Violent Extremism program. Stephen also currently serves as the secretary for the Peacemaking Advisory Group, a regional civil society-led initiative working on conflict resolution and dialogue mediation in Cabo Delgado, Mozambique. He is the editor of Extremism in Africa anthology series and writes regularly for a variety of media outlets. Welcome, Stephen, and over to you.
Hi, Nikki. Thank you for the introduction and greetings, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be able to present here today. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yes, as Nikki said, my name is Stephen Clark. I serve as head of the Peace and Security Program at Good Governance Africa. GDA is a not-for-profit organization with centers in Johannesburg, Accra, Addis Ababa, and Lagos. I work out of the Johannesburg office. And the Institute is really dedicated to improving governance across the continent through research and policy influence. And actually, corruption being a major governance challenge, as I think Kruger mentioned earlier, sort of the antithesis of good governance is corruption. It features strongly across all of our work. Just to say, today I'm filling in for my colleague, Christy Dube. She heads up GGA's Governance Insights and Analytics program and has really been driving our institute's work around anti-corruption and working closely with AfROSAI-E and some of the other partner institutes. I'm sure many are present in the audience today. Unfortunately, she had to change her travel plans as well as deployment plans in transit, so I will do the best to sort of cover the points that she sent over to me. But just to say and reiterate what Nikki just said, I was lucky enough to participate in AfROSAI-E's annual Extractive Industries Workshop held in Cape Town in June 2023, their regional workshop, and I'm glad to see that this initiative, this feature initiative of theirs is continuing, and I hope the discussions in Tanzania this week are fruitful and drive forward the work in a meaningful way. So I've been asked to provide some feedback on 2 anti-corruption seminars held in collaboration between AfROSAI-E, Good Governance Africa, and several other partner organizations, which include the Global Fund, GIZ, Control Risks, and the Financial Services Volunteer Course. The first was held in April 2023. It focused on the role of Supreme Audit institutions and institutionalized good governance in state anti-corruption efforts. The second was held in Johannesburg earlier this year, as Nikki mentioned, under the title Conquering Corruption in Africa, which looked at cross-sectoral efforts to address corruption. So the primary objectives of both of these seminars were to present expert analysis on emerging corruption trends and recent developments within the anti-corruption policy space, to facilitate dialogue and knowledge sharing across diverse stakeholders, to create a platform for launching innovative tools, products, and other initiatives, which I'll mention a little bit later, and foster
foster sustainable partnerships and practical initiatives to bolster the fight against corruption at all levels. And I must say, it has been great to see some real practical initiatives, some of which GGA involved in with AFROSAI-E emerged from those seminars and been taken forward. Because ultimately, we can talk and analyze the problem, but it's about taking those practical steps that really moves the government needed. So of those two seminars, the first focused predominantly on how Supreme-Courted institutions can work with other state organs to create an anti-corruption ecosystem that promotes transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. This included presentations by Association of Certified Fraud Examiners and the Global Fund, among others, who looked at a range of issues. These include how Supreme-Courted institutions can prevent and detect fraud and corruption, audit expectation gaps, strengthening whistleblower protection, among several other key topics. So of that first seminar, there were several key recommendations emerged, which I think were pertinent to the discussions this week. The first is that, of course, African states must strengthen their legal and regulatory frameworks for addressing these issues. They must enact and enforce anti-corruption laws and regulations and effectively implement measures to prevent money laundering and illicit financial flows. This is really the cornerstone of these seminars and what ultimately the state we must reach. Secondly, African states need to improve the capacity and effectiveness of the anti-corruption agencies and institutions by providing adequate resources and training to these institutions, as well as enhancing coordination and information sharing between agencies. Third, African states should enhance transparency and accountability in public procurement processes by strengthening procurement regulations, introducing electronic procurement systems, and improving the monitoring and evaluation of human activities, in other words, real-time audits. And lastly, African states must strengthen their oversight and accountability mechanisms by improving the capacity of audit institutions and parliaments to hold government officials and institutions accountable for their actions, and promote citizen participation in the oversight process. Building on these discussions, the second seminar held earlier this year sought to bring in a wider range of experts to provide analysis on emerging corruption trends, new anti-corruption technologies, and forward some sustainable partnership opportunities to address corruption. So this moved beyond just Supreme-Courted institutions and ACAs, but brought in researcher community, the private sector, academics, to really discuss the issue in a more holistic manner. And I think it speaks to what the gentleman in the audience spoke to Kugan about the importance of a sort of whole of society approach to addressing corruption. So just some of the key recommendations which emerged from the second seminar included the need to support institutional mechanisms that can be used to fight and conquer corruption, such as SAIs, anti-corruption agencies, and legal bodies. The need to continue to refine and update our understanding of corruption in Africa and its forms through expert research and analysis, and ensuring that these sort of updated understandings of corruption and modalities are incorporated into institutional frameworks. It was interesting, we in the last seminar we discussed, we asked people to just give their definitions of corruption, and surprisingly it is quite a difficult concept to define because it is so varied and takes so many forms. So it's really important that we continue to update our understanding of the concept itself. Thirdly, we recognize the need to recognize that corruption exists within a broader ecosystem, and it's therefore essential to address the interconnected factors that support its proliferation, both directly and indirectly. These include, for example, implementing more robust accountability measures and enhancing governance structures within the public and private sector. A range of recommendations around the need to ensure the effective protection of whistleblowers also emerged, as Kugan spoke about. These include, for example, the need for their complaints to be handled promptly to safeguard their identities, to encourage the reporting of misconduct. We also heard from the Global Fund and others on some of the programs that they run, really interesting programs on whistleblower protection and support. Notably, former South African Judge Justice Goldstone discussed in that seminal establishment of the IACC its modalities, opportunities, and challenges, which I won't go into because I think we've just covered it in some depth. And then lastly, several examples on emerging anti-corruption tools and methodologies were presented. Some of those I'll mention shortly. So additional outcomes, I think, from those two seminars, and this goes beyond the recommendations, or should I say, initiatives that act and serve to implement the recommendations I just covered, arose from those two seminars. The first, for example, AfROSAI-E in collaboration with GIZ, Good Financial Governance Program, and the Netherlands Court of Audit launched an anti-money laundering performance audit that will kick off with SAIs in Sierra Leone, Kenya, Uganda, and Zambia as pilots of their anti-money laundering auditing capacity development project. Secondly, GGA has begun work with Justice Richard Goldstone and Hugin around the IACC, and we've held several meetings over the last 2 to 3 months around how GGA can support the International Anti-Criminal Court. Thirdly, AfROSAI-E presented on their toolkit to support SAI auditors in the region to identify corruption when auditing government institutions. It's interesting to see how this toolkit really assists SAI auditors by suggesting elements of a comprehensive national anti-corruption strategy, which will also assist governments in developing, integrating, implementing, and assessing these elements and sharpening anti-corruption initiatives. It also provides a sort of toolkit inventory of measures SAI auditors can use for assessing and identifying the nature and extent of corruption and reporting on this effectively. Lastly, some new research initiatives emerged out of these two seminars. For example, AfROSAI-E and Tshwane University of Technology presented on work that they had just begun, which will examine initiatives across the region that seek to understand how to combat corruption. This really, qualitative case study approach that will really help to shed some light on different types and modalities of anti-corruption efforts across sector, which I think will be very useful for discussions going forward. Finally, which Nikki mentioned earlier, we presented on a resolution tracker was developed, and this tracks some of the key resolutions that were made since the 2023 conference. I don't know if Nikki can put up this tracker on the screen, otherwise I can just, or I can maybe share it. There we go. Okay, great. Thank you, Nikki. So I won't go through each and every one of these, as I'm sure Nikki will be able to share this slide with the entire audience, so they can read through it clearly themselves. But I think it's important to set resolutions and to routinely follow up on these, just for any purposes, but to see where we as concerned stakeholders are progressing and where we are falling short. So there are 14 key resolutions that arose from the conference, and this resolution tracker sort of indicates that in red, yellow, or green, the sort of status of implementation. So, for example, the first reaffirms that to contribute effectively to state anti-corruption efforts, SAIs and ACAs should exist as institutions that are above board, which led by example when it comes to issues of corruption. So in terms of progress in the year, over the last year, using IntoSant, which is an innovative tool used to track the efficacy of SAIs, 42% used IntoSant, other tools in the last 5 years. 50% of SAIs have plans to use IntoSant in the future. There are calls upon SAIs and ACAs to put the spotlight on organizational values and ethos as a basis to both individual and organizational performance evaluation. This is something that we really continue to work on. Of course, it is something quite difficult to measure, and maybe some work needs to be done on how we can more effectively measure, monitor, and ultimately determine the impact of that resolution. The fourth commits SAIs and ACS to contribute to the reduction of corruption and illicit financial flows by 2030 through the development and implementation of the strategic and operational plans in line with the SDG 16 and other international conventions on anti-corruption. And I know in this respect, it's a longer time scale to monitor, but some of the work I think that we'll be doing collectively is to collect these strategic plans and measure the impact over time. In terms of financial anti-task force country grey listing standards, and this is something that was discussed in depth at the event earlier this year in South Africa, particularly since South Africa was grey listed last year. And in this respect, many thanks to AFROSAI-E, but some important progress has been made. For example, the collaborative audit on anti-money laundering has been launched at the 2024 SAI-ACA seminars. These include SAIs from Kenya, Sierra Leone, Uganda, and Zambia, with technical and financial support from NCA, GIZ, and AFROSAI-E. Some of the key project outputs are SAI audit reports, consolidated outcome project reports to be published, guideline on audit of AML, and some lessons learned experience sharing, which I'm sure will be shared at the next year's annual conference. Some of the policy development and anti-corruption in the region resolutions was to reaffirm that with reference to their mandate, SAIs and ACAs should contribute to policy development and implementation in relation to anti-corruption treaties and conventions ratified by their respective agencies. So as mentioned earlier, through AFROSAI-E and GIZ, SAIs have been participating in the AUC subcommittee on tax and illicit financial flows of the Specialized Technical Committee on Finance, Monetary Affairs, Economic Planning and Integration. Based on their review, nothing has happened accordingly in this space. However, together with institutions, they are planning an upcoming Pan-African conference on fighting IFFs in Africa under the title Africa's Tax Agenda, Combating Illicit Financial Flows from Waste Actions. Lastly, I'll just cover one more resolution. The final resolution recommends for AFROSAI-E and its partners to guarantee the growth of this SAI and ACA platform for further sustainable and continued collaboration. And I think really this seminar that you are currently at is indicative of progress made on this part. And AFROSAI-E really has some support for next year's conference. So it's great to see some continued progress on that resolution. I'm hoping Nikki can share with you the resolution tracker in its entirety and perhaps see what progress has been made, in the last quarter. I think I will leave it there and hand back over to Nikki. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. I like the way you've summarized all the anti-corruption strategies that we have and take into account the conferences that we've had 2023 and 2024. And it links back to our opening remark from the CAG himself when he said yesterday, when we are looking at corruption, it really requires a lot of efforts from different stakeholders, of which this is what we are doing in terms of collaborating with all the stakeholders in fighting corruption. So I'll just open it up for questions. I know Sierra Leone was represented at that conference, even though AG was not there, but he sent the team. Zambia was also there. couple a number of SAIs that were there in the conference. Kenya as well was there. Any questions for Stephen? Yes, AJ.
Thank you very much for your presentation and the cooperation between the GGA and the support you are giving to the AFROSAI Secretariat. Thank you for that. You are working on anti-corruption issues. And most of the time when we talk about corruption, we only focus on the loss, the figures. We state the figures, billions, 100 million or $100 million lost annually, etc. And we have anti-corruption courts now, and we have anti-corruption measures in country. For us, we have a collaborative approach with the anti-corruption in country. We have a memorandum of understanding with them, where we share information, do joint investigation, capacity building, you know. So, and whenever they use our work to conduct their investigation, at the end of the investigation, they will come back to us to sit and agree on the recommendation. So it's working perfectly well for us. But most of the time on the recoveries, you know, sometimes after the investigation, funds are recovered. Those funds are usually paid into the central government coffers. For me, I have a concern. Sometimes, let me say, funds were allocated to construct a bridge in one of our villages sub-country. And that work was incomplete. The supplier or the contractor was engaged by the Anti-Corruption Commission, and they asked them to pay the money back to government. If those monies are not directed to that project will still be incomplete. So sometimes we don't track. That track is always missing, to track whether the funds are going back to the intended beneficiaries. So the people in that community will lose completely because the bridge will not be complete and the funds that were recovered were used for other activities instead of the bridge that we are supposed to be constructed for them. And also on the illicit financial flow. You know, when you talk about flows, you have inflow and outflows. Most of the time, the focus is on the outflows, what goes out of the country, what is siphoned out of the country. But when those monies are tracked and recovered, are they coming back to the country? And when they come back, are they put into developmental projects or activities that will benefit the entire nation? That is always missing. So I wonder what your agency is doing when you are working with other anti-corruption institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, AG. Any other questions? Online? All right. Stephen, you can take that one.
Well, thank you again. And thank you, sir. I think those are two excellent points and looking at corruption from interesting dimension. On the first, you're absolutely correct in terms of money that's been recovered. The idea of it being misallocated due to corruption again is very frustrating. I think there's no easy answer to that. However, we did have an interesting presentation by a gentleman from the UNODC, or formerly of the UNODC, who's been involved in some high-level anti-corruption cases, one in Mauritius, where they developed an innovative program on how to basically feed assets that have been forfeiture assets and money that has been brought into the country through illicit financial flows directly into local policing. And it was a really fascinating presentation. And I know UNODC recently published a study on this that he co-authored. I'll try and find the study for you and leave it in the chat, link to it in the chat. And then on your second point about money coming into the country, yeah, you're absolutely
Right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stephen. Are there any other additional questions? All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's one online.
We have one question online. The question reads as, what are some of the global efforts to combat illicit financial flows?
So, well, I think, simply put, there's several global efforts. UNCAC is probably the most sort of flagship international effort. And I've looked at the UNCAC terms and conditions, the terms and references, and some of the studies they've put out. And it is a very comprehensive framework, but however, it's what Keegan spoke about earlier. Implementation is really the challenge there, because ultimately, if states can sign up for UNCAC, but it takes political will at the national level really to ensure that's implemented. The second sort of major effort to combat illicit financial flows is the bad debt 40 resolution put forward by the UN, and that is it's a series of 40 guidelines for improving financial management at the country level, and failure to do so. There's every few years the UN sends a team to evaluate a country's progress based on those 40 resolutions, and based on that, the country is either grey-listed or not. And grey-listing obviously affects the state's investability and other economic indicators. So I'd say those are probably the two major global efforts. But of course, there are many international organizations working on this, from Transparency International that simply look at have developed a corruption index that ranks countries according to an index on several corruption measures. Amnesty International will work on whistleblower issues. There are several important, I think, international efforts. The IACC, I think, is really the idea behind it, which Justice Bolson laid out, is to sort of try and give some teeth to these global frameworks like UNCAC and bad debt. So I'm really excited by the prospect of the ICC if it can get going. Even a handful of high-level prosecutions could, I think, have a deterrent effect, but also sort of the civil part of it, being able to reclaim some of those assets and some of the money stolen would be hugely beneficial, and there could be some interesting ways in which that money could be funneled back into development funding to poorer nations, and I think a lot of interesting work that could be done there to try and sort of address these, this inherent global inequality.
All right. Thank you so much, Stephen, for your insightful presentation, and we're really looking forward to the resolutions that we've taken. And I think what I liked about those resolutions, as I mentioned right at the beginning, to say we had our first ever anti-corruption conference in Joburg. And in that conference, we came up with those resolutions that he was discussing. But when it came to the 2024, we had to take a step back to say where we are when it comes to those resolutions. Can we move forward in terms of coming up with those resolutions? And we had to do a self-introspection in terms of making sure that we always recommend to our auditees to implement the recommendations, but then we always complain about the fact that year in, year out, those recommendations are not implemented. So we also did a self-introspection to say, we came up with those resolutions in the previous conference, but we haven't implemented to our own satisfaction. So there's no need for us to move on with the new resolution without us having implemented those resolutions. And hence, Stephen was talking about those resolutions, and we're actually tracking them to make sure that whatever that we committed to, we actually achieve. All right. I'm looking at the time. I have the last speaker, who's here, physical August from Norway, who's going to be taking us through the IFF tools. And I'm glad on that one because AG Sierra Leone, we had some strategic session in terms of our extractive industries coming to the next strategy to say what are some of the issues that we want to take into account going to the next strategy. And some of the issues that were mentioned there was the fact that we need more IFF tools in order for us to cap your IFFs. And SAI Norway has a wealth of knowledge when it comes to IFFs, and he's going to be sharing with us in terms of what is it that they've done and how can we also help the region in terms of those tools. So over to you, August.
Thank you, Nikki, and good morning, everyone. So I got this task from AfROSAI-E to talk about technical tools on the audit of IFFs. So do I have a pointer here where I can change the slides? You're doing it? Yes. So yeah, could you please take the next one? We have to do some definitions here. What are illicit financial flows? It's a huge term. There's a lot of different institutions that has defined what it is, and they say almost the same, all of them. Could you? It's about financial flows that are illicit in origin, transfer, or use. What's interesting is that IMF has put a new thing into the definition. They also taking in illicit and tax avoidance related financial flows. They call it TAF. So I'll come back to why they do that. The next slide, please. We have been talking about the effects, the impacts of IFFs. I tried to find out the last estimates. There has been some 50 billion, some 100 billions these 2 days we have been talking about, but the last estimates of illicit capital flight from the African continent amount to some US dollars 88.6 billion per year. That's UNCTAD in September 2020. And another report recently from 2022, I think, said that the current estimates suggest that some euro 40 billions from the African continent each year are linked to the extractive industries. That would be around, I think, 44 billion US dollars. That's only from the extractive industries, and that's what we are going to talk about today, or I am going to talk about. Next, yes. So, what everybody agrees on, which I have seen, is that 65% of illicit financial flows are due to transfer pricing issues. And it is multinational companies that do their pricing between themselves in controlled transactions. So we have been talking a lot about corruption and fraud. So let's talk about transfer pricing, the transfer of monies out of Africa, cross-border transactions. You see here also there's a lot of definitions. They're all saying the same things. I guess the participants will have these slides, yes, so we can go into these and look into them for yourselves. But if you take the next slide, we will come back to AFROSAI-E guidelines. That's a tool, in my opinion, on the audit of IFFs. For revenue purposes, transfer pricing is how to estimate and apply the free market value of physical goods, intangible property, or provided services between related, associated parties. So this is a method, it's a tool to estimate the prices that the multinational companies are using. Next slide, please. Adoption of transfer pricing rules are crucial. Because when your country has adopted transfer pricing regulations, rules, they will allow your revenue authorities to adjust the prices for such cross-border transactions that reduce the profit that is taxable or that should be calculated revenues on in your own country. Next slide, please. So, what are tools? I had to try to find out a definition for this purpose on this meeting. It would be the relevant means, the methods and procedures, in my opinion, to achieve necessary and sufficient evidence to verify or disprove for the audit compliance, economy, efficiency, or effectiveness. So, what tools do we have? You have the legislation. Well, I agree with Mr. Coogan-Pillay. He said you have all the necessary tools. In all African countries I've been, I see that you have really the good tools. You have adopted transfer pricing regulations. Even here in Tanzania, I looked at your Income Tax Act yesterday. It was Section 33. You have transfer pricing regulations there. You have authority for your commissioner to give regulations on transfer pricing issues and also to fix the prices. They have that in Uganda. They have it in Zambia and all of the countries I've seen in Africa so far. For some countries like Uganda, they do direct audits on the companies, the oil companies, the petroleum producing companies there. The legislation will be direct tools for their revenue audits, their PSA audits. For all of the countries, or all of the SAIs, the legislation will be your audit criteria. And it's very important to understand and have an ownership to these regulations, the legislation. If you don't have that, you cannot do a proper audit. You cannot find the right or pinpoint the right audit criteria for your audit. And if you cannot do that, you will fail in your audit. I'll come back to that. So I mentioned the AFROSAI-E, Extractive Industries Audit Guidelines, now the 3rd edition. Those guidelines are fine tools for you when you do the audit of financial flows, illicit financial flows. It takes up corruption. Major area for corruption is discretionary authority given to a person in the administration or a small group of persons. These things are handled in the AfROSAI-E Extractive Industries Guidelines. Then you have the OECD transfer pricing guidelines for multinational enterprises and tax administrations 2022. Many countries have adhered to them. And I think those are the most elaborated guidelines and most accepted guidelines by both tax authorities, revenue authorities around the world, and also multinational companies, private sector. And I have to mention the PSA and PSEs, as that's petroleum sharing agreements, petroleum sharing contracts, and you have mining sharing agreements and contracts too. Those are really relevant audit criteria for your audits. Because if your country uses PSAs, PSEs, then all the criteria are there. Most of the criteria are there. Even the transfer pricing issues are solved in most of these PSAs. So it's like the legislation for those countries who use these kind of contracts. You have the base erosion and profit shifting 15 actions of OECD. I mentioned the benefit test here is also a transfer pricing in the transfer pricing guidelines of OECD. What I want to say is that you have the right tools for doing your audits. Like in Uganda, the taxpayer has to have sufficient and necessary documentation ready when he is filing his tax return every year for all his transfer pricing issues, all his transactions with associated companies abroad. That should be in place in English in Uganda. In Tanzania, it should be in English. Actually, you have your own here in Tanzania. You have your own transfer pricing regulations, very elaborated, perfectly for your conditions in Tanzania, in my opinion. These documents should be in place here in Tanzania at the time of filing the tax return. I think it's not that strict here in Tanzania as it is in Uganda, but in Uganda they should be at the place at the time of. So when you do your audit, you can go to the company and say, provide me with your evidence that this price in this transaction or these transactions are at arm's length. And that is if the companies were not related and it was a normal market price fixing mechanism working. And if the company cannot provide you with that, it's easy for you to say that this is not the market price. It's easier for you to say this is not a market price. So, if you have adopted those kinds of documentation rules, like you have in Tanzania and Uganda, it's a perfect tool for you to do your audit. And yeah, I'll come back to that. Please, next slide. I want to just illustrate how the transfer pricing is going and what the incentives are. Of course, you have your size tax regime. The marginal tax on profits might be 30% on profits. Well, what they do, 80% of all the transactions, cross-border transactions in the world is between related companies, multinational entities. You can ask yourself, why is that? There might be good reasons for it, but still it's a big problem because there are no more normal markets fixing for the prices. And the companies can decide on the pricing and do it. They can manipulate the price so that the profit that should be taxed here in Tanzania, in Uganda, in Zambia, wherever, South Africa, is so high, for the services provided from abroad, that you reduce the tax base in your country. And it's easy for tax authorities or revenue authorities to see this when you do a tax audit, but it's not that easy when the transaction goes through a flow-through country, like Netherlands, Switzerland. A lot of other countries are flow-through countries. Looks like they are a high tax regime, but the money ends up in a low tax regime. Oops. So what we see in many cases is that the prices are inflated for services and goods coming into your country, and they're deflated for services and goods going out of your country. In both cases, the tax or revenues in your country is reduced. I said 65% of the illicit financial flows out of Africa is by doing transfer pricing transactions. Now, who is hurt? This is a demonstration in London about Starbucks not paying taxes in England. This illustration is Barack Obama. When he was the president, he tried to combat the illicit financial flows out of United States. Well, I have to tell you, transfer pricing is a problem in all countries in the world. Everybody struggles with it. Norway struggles with it. We have a very good revenue administration in Norway, especially when it comes to petroleum revenues. But still, we are fighting these companies. I'll tell you, we had an audit on the Oil Taxation Office in Norway in 2017. It was a performance audit. And at a meeting with the Oil Taxation Office, the director there, he told us, if you don't do a thorough tax audit every year on every oil company in Norway, they will cheat us. They will fraud us. They will be fraudulent. And most of the time they use transfer pricing mechanisms. So out of 50 persons or 45 persons working in that office, I think 25 of them are dedicated on around 30 companies, 28, 30 companies, to do transfer pricing audits every year. Obama, he did quite a good effort to stop them, but these companies are powerful. Yes. Actually, what he did was he made some hinders. When Donald Trump became president of the United States, in one action, he let all the companies like Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Google, which had done the transfer pricing scheme, all of them for about 15, 20 years in Europe. The transfer pricing scheme is called a double Dutch with a double Irish with a Dutch sandwich. They have these American giants have two related companies in Ireland and one in either Belgium or Netherlands, a BV. And through transactions, the monies, 90% of all the, for instance, Google, when they have the service in France, the buyer of services in France paid €1 to the company in Ireland, and this transaction was then sent over to the next company in Ireland, and then to the Netherlands BV, and then to the Bermuda, an offshore state, low tax state. And all these monies ended up there for all these companies, and there was trillions of US dollars ended up there, and they were not allowed to take these monies into the United States. Donald Trump said, we need employment in the United States, so let these companies take in the money now. Obama had stopped them. Trump let them come in. They paid some 3% tax on all these monies. So 3% tax, it was really a bargain for the companies. And but actually, Donald Trump, he achieved what he wanted. He got labor in the United States. These monies were used inside the United States, taxed on a very low rate. And you still see the effects on that in the United States. Despite everything else, United States is going very well. And I think a reason for that is because of all these monies coming into the United States. Who lost? Europe, European countries. It's not only Africa that is suffering here. And the United States is still also suffering the other way. But we'll come back to that. I want to talk about tax evasion and fraud, the conception definition. This is very important. I agree with, was it Coogan-Pillay and the next presenter? Both of them said that it's a lack of political will. I've been thinking so much about this. I've been working as the head of office in the Norwegian revenue authorities in two terms, one for collection of taxes and the other for assessment and working with extractive industries. And I wondered, why do we not get along? The politicians, I don't understand it. Is it the lack of political will, or is it the lack of political competence? What is happening? We had this huge case against an oil company in Norway. It was famous, went all to the parliament, and the parliament had a hearing on that case. And the political speaker of the largest political party in Norway said after this hearing, I'm shocked. Is it really possible to do that kind of base erosion and profit shifting in Norway? I was shocked that the politician didn't understand that this is possible. It's happening all the time, also in Norway. And even in Norway, we have a good tax administration there. But if there is not political will, we have we call it in Norway, a steep hill to climb. Everybody says that tax avoidance and tax planning is legal. You don't have to pay the maximum taxes. You can arrange your economy and your transactions so you can reduce your taxes. Of course, everybody agrees on that. You don't have to choose the most tax expensive transaction if you can choose a cheaper one. And tax evasion, that's when you do incorrect or incomplete reporting, and then so you're not paying the full amount of due taxes or revenues in the PSA. That's criminal. Everybody agrees on that. It's tax fraud. Let me give you an example. if you report too low income or too high costs for revenue, for tax purposes, that's fraud, that's criminal. But if two companies in two different countries trade with each other, but they are related, that's not fraud. It's the price that they agree on. We accept the companies. We accept the structure company, the illusion of a company, even if it's people behind them. But this is not fraud. This is transfer pricing. It's transactions, real transactions that we respect and accept. But the distinctions between evasion and avoidance are often confused and blurred. And why is that? Here you see the theory. Tax planning is legal. Tax evasion is criminal. This is the theory I was talking about. But here's the reality. All that is read there is criminal, tax fraud, but a huge part of it is called tax planning. And why is that? It's because there is a lack of political will and lack of competence and resources in the revenue authorities around the world to combat or mitigate transfer pricing. So there's a lot of participants in these schemes. The contractors, of course, intergroup transactions, the assistants, the specialist auditors, lawyers, solicitors, and economists, both external and in-house. There's a lot of people working with this. Trust and trustees helping hiding money. The ultimate beneficial owner are often hidden by trust and trustees. Banks and financial institutions are helping here. Yes, Barack Obama, he said something when he tried to curb illicit financial flows out of United States. He said he criticized Ugland House. Ugland is a rich, famous Norwegian family. And this guy, he has an Ugland House in, and Obama was quoted for this in a meeting in New Hampshire in 2008. You've got a building in the Cayman Island that supposedly houses 12,000 corporations. I've seen that building. I've been there. It's a small little building, picturesque, beautiful building. But there is not 12,000 companies operating in that company, in that house. This is an example of where money ends up from illicit financial flows. So what is the SAI's role here? In my opinion, they do surveillance, monitoring, and analysis on transfer pricing. They do compliance audits, performance audits, and financial audits. And for some country, they do direct tax revenue audits on the multinational entities, like in Uganda. I think also India, and maybe Indonesia. Also, the SAI is in reality the revenue authority doing the audits on the PSAs or contracts. So, what can the financial regulatory audit do? They do collection of data, they do their data analysis, they have their sector monitoring, perhaps. Then they gather important information for risk assessments on IFFs in the extractive industries also. But The financial regulatory audit has limitations, in my opinion, because of the financial audit assertions, the time limits and the financial year. So audits for the SAIs might be more proper when it comes to compliance audit. But there are requirements and challenges. You have to do considerations of on methodology and audit questions. You have to be very precise in your audit questions, and that demands or requires that you have the knowledge of the industry. If you have seen the AFROSAI-E value chain, it emphasizes that you have to understand the industry. If you don't understand the industry, you cannot do a proper audit. And that goes for all kinds of audits on the extractive industry. You also have to do considerations on audit criteria and audit procedures. They have to be as precise as possible, and you have to work on that when you plan your audit. The success rate or the success of your audit depends on the audit criteria, audit procedures, and of course the audit questions. How precise you have been when you have formed those. Then you need relevant, specialized competence in the audit team. You might need accountants, auditors, tax lawyer, economists, geologists, various types of engineering expertise. I see they have that in Uganda, for instance, in their energy team. Limitations on compliance audits would be the same: competence, skills, qualifications, and expertise. If you don't have that, it might hamper your audit. The financial year might be a limitation for your compliance audit, depending on how you organize your compliance audits in your SAI. Reporting time limit deadline might be a problem because especially when you do compliance audits directly on a petroleum company, it might take a long time to finish the audit because the companies are very, very reluctant to give you the information that is necessary. A couple of weeks ago, I talked with the director of the Oil Taxation Office in Norway, and I asked him if this still is a problem in Norway, and he confirmed that it is a problem, and the problem is growing. The companies are using their methods to delay provision of their documentation. We asked him once when we did an audit on his office, is the largest Norwegian oil company, which the state has its ownership in, also reluctant to give you information? We thought that this company would, of course, be better than the other companies, the foreign companies. And both he and his assistant director said the Norwegian company is one of the worst, one of the most difficult companies. I think that company is acting here in Tanzania. And normally you don't audit efficiency and effectiveness when it comes to compliance audits. Yeah, this is important things you have to examine, check, survey, scrutinize the revenue authority on when you do a compliance audit. If the if the revenue authority complies with the demands in the legislation, the regulations you have, the statutory instruments, the practice notes, are they using them the right way that the Parliament expect? What you have to check, what we have seen in Norway, is that many times we cannot rely on the reports, on the controls and tax audits that the revenue authorities have done. They over-report their tax audits and their controls. And the leadership of the revenue authorities are often surprised of our findings. I've been in some African countries doing desk audits together with my colleagues in Africa, and we've seen this exact same things here in Africa going on as they do in Norway. So the problem is global. The problem is the same. Yeah, what we do in Norway is to verify the paramount requirements by the Parliament and or superior authority. And we see if the revenue authorities comply with legislation, how they do the tax audit performance, internal quality assurance, use of legal tools, instruments. That would be penalty tax, additional taxes and the penalties for late reporting, late sending of providing of documentation. The deadlines they use for sending over or producing documents, transfer pricing documents, for instance. And we look into the accuracy of how the revenue authorities select subjects for tax audits. We do an evaluation of the results of tax revenue audits. We look at the case administration and time consumed. We look at the revenue authorities' use of international exchange agreements, if any. In Norway, they have a lot. And the use of the relevant international agreements, treaties. And most of the time we find that there is a lack here when we do these audits. When it comes to performance audit, it's the same requirements and challenges as in my opinion, for compliance audits. In addition, you look at steering and control by superior authority, Ministry of Finance, growth and progress in quota of taxpayers selected for tax audit controls. How much time do I have? Okay. How they organize their TP work, transfer pricing work at the tax authority. Yes. We do vignette tests on civil servants' competence. That's very important because we have findings in Norway where we find that the competence is too low to do a proper work at the revenue authorities. And that has helped also the revenue authorities, these kind of audits for us. From us. Yes, I think I'll have to stop there and leave it to you, Nikki. My time is out.
All right. Thank you so much, August. I'm just looking at the time for our tea break. If we can just go for our tea break, I understand that you've been jotting your question as we are going along with the presentation. Then after we come back from the tea break, then you can take your Q&A, and then we continue with the sessions. Thank you. Can we take 20 minutes, please? 20 to 25 minutes, please, because we are behind the schedule.
You think there are 9 slides left?
Yes. You have 29, right?
Arm's length principle I've been talking about. Bermuda black hole, double Irish with a Dutch sandwich. That's a combination. And you see two of the tax havens here in the world, Singapore and Bermuda, is named in one of those infamous tax avoidance schemes. Let's look at one of the schemes, which is public. It's Google. I mentioned it. 90% or 100% of the price for services delivered by the company in France, the Google sister company in France, an associated Google company, was sent directly to Google Limited in Ireland. And the Google France invoiced the Irish company for 10% of that sale price for marketing services. Then 72% of the royalties were sent to Google Netherlands. And then 99%, I think, of that sum was sent to Google Ireland Holdings, back to Ireland. And then it was sent further on to Google Bermuda Limited, where it was aggregated, concentrated, like all the other companies like Amazon, Nike, Microsoft, and a lot of the other American giants. And they were waiting there before Donald Trump came as a president. And there was a big pressure on the politicians in the United States to lose those money, let them go into the United States. It will help us curb unemployment. And Donald Trump was the trigger. He let them in. And it helped the United States. It did, actually, but Europe lost out monies. Those monies should have been taxed in Europe. I have one PSA that is online. You find it online. It's a Ugandan PSA. It's called a heritage PSA between a company that started explorations for oil in Uganda. It's from 2003, I think. But why I'm taking this as an example is that most PSAs I've seen around in the world is very much like this PSAs and these provisions. So I wanted to show you what kind of tools Ugandan revenue authorities, in this particular case for Uganda, it's the SAI Uganda that does the audits. Well, you have different sections in the PSA, that's important. The SAI can require reasonable amounts of information, reports and data, in addition to the mandatory reports. The SAI shall have full and complete access to the contract area, the assets, records and data at all reasonable times. SAI shall have access to all accounts, books, records and reports, and they shall be available for inspection at the licensee's office in Uganda. Right to audit within 24 months. We were talking about the limitations here for audits. That's very important. And it's a very important limitation. If you lose out on those time limits, then you lose you lose out money. It's too late. As somebody said yesterday, when they start producing oil, petroleum, gas, then they see that the population are sensitized and see that money is coming. Then they start becoming interested in what's going on in the petroleum business. But what has happened before that a lot of costs in the exploration period has risen. And if you're not on alert to check those costs, tremendous costs for exploration for petroleum, then you will lose out a lot of money. So it's important to be alert as soon as they start petroleum operations, when they start their explorations. And then there are dispute regulations in the PSAs. Actually, when you use a PSA, all the regulations are within the PSA, not the legislation. In Norway, all the revenues are coming through legislation. We don't use PSAs in Norway. But in most countries, they use PSAs. And it's a very good thing. I like the system. But you have to be very aware that the audit criteria for your purpose, your audits are in here, and especially for the tax authorities who do the direct tax audits or the revenue audits on the companies. These are the audit criteria. And we have the arm's length principle here, as we have in the transfer pricing guidelines in the OECD and also the United Nations transfer pricing guidelines. The arm's length principle is important. It's also within the most of the PSAs I've seen. So, and they should, and they have allocations rules, which are also transfer pricing guidelines. Allocations rules for dealt costs or partly costs that benefits the company in your country. And yes. And you have mandatory statements. That's both the cost statements and production statements. Very important to statements that you have to audit on a regular basis every year. There are some limitations in executing mandate. Why I'm talking about that is because it seems like a hamper on your audits, but it's not, in my opinion. Like many people think that confidentiality and many PSAs are confidential. In my opinion, there is no reason at all for keeping PSAs confidential. Data that might be produced or are being produced during petroleum operations or mining operations might be confidential, but not the PSA in itself. It's like you say, no, the regulations in Norway on petroleum companies, it should be confidential. The law should be confidential. You see, there's no reason for keeping a law confidential. It's the same here. It's a law working directly on the companies. There are maybe some exceptions within some PSAs that can be interpreted as confidential, but usually they are not. That's very important to understand. But I've seen in some PSAs it's prescribed that certified evidence regarding pricing from affiliated company may be obtained from the auditor of the affiliated company. I'll tell you, this is of no worth for you if you're not able to set the criteria for such an certification from an auditor. At least you have to set all the criteria for that audit, and you have to be convinced and certain that this auditor is not biased. But so when you use the transfer pricing regulations in your country, you can go around that and you can demand the documentation for the pricing mechanisms between the related parties. And if they don't provide you with that, they fail on their obligations according to your transfer pricing regulations or your law. And you might require the assistance of the commissioner of the revenue authority in your country to obtain that kind of information. But for most SAIs, it would be you to test if the revenue authority are complying or in a performance audit. Yes, some important, yeah. I'll leave it there. I'll wrap it up with that you have a lot of tools. It's more find them, use them, get the competence. You have to do the digging into the information. You have to understand the information. You have to understand the industry, and it's not easy. It's hard, and that's why it's funny to work with. Everybody struggles with the same problems all around the world, all the revenue authorities around the world. You are not an exception. And thank you.
How do you say clap hands in Swahili? How do you say that in Swahili? Clap hands? A coffee. Oh, let's have coffee for August. All right, thank you so much, August. And SAI Norway has shared their experience in terms of the IFAs and the tools that they have in terms of conducting the audits. And I know in our region as well, when we had the strategic session, I think in the past 2 or 3 weeks, SAI Sierra Leone, AG, one of your representatives, they did mention to say the plan is to also focus on the IFFs, and they would like to know more about the tools that AFROSAI-E can also bring in collaboration with other stakeholders. So I just want to give everyone an opportunity now to ask questions in terms of the EFFs and the tools that SAI Norway has already shared with us. Do you have any questions? Is it? No? All right. Okay. Maybe I would like to. Oh yes, SAI Gambia.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. My name is Bai from the Gambia. I think these tools are really very important. And I remember Nikki from the EI Hackathon. We did have a discussion around tools that can help SAIs in the AFROSAI region. Probably it is an opportunity for AFROSAI to see what to develop out of this and roll it out to the SAIs. Because I think there's this coordinated audit going on, but they're having issues in the tools to use in auditing IFF. So I would really encourage AFROSAI to take this opportunity and see what to develop out of this and roll it out to the SAI. Thank you very much.
First of all, I just want to say from the meeting that we had in Tunisia, I was just left with this big impression that it's a very political area. So it's, you know, you've talked about OECD. So there was a lot of talk about OECD, how inclusive they are and so forth, versus UN interventions and African countries saying they prefer to work through the UN because, I don't know, there's just this very political issue. It's like they and us, kind of, especially in terms of the IFFs that, which relate to the multinationals, in relation to, you know, the kind of policies, and because it was Africa Union, and Africa Union coming up to say we needed an African position, you know, that kind of thing, and so forth. So I don't know, you can comment maybe just on these political issues and maybe SAIs, how can we go beyond that when we are doing our work, and also the issue of the tools that we have shared and so forth. Like you said, it's a very complicated area. I just wanted also to know from your experience, is there some kind of course available internationally or something which SAI people can actually, you know, do that kind of course or something like that, in order, because I think it's an area which people shy away from, kind of, because of it's very complex and complicated. Sort of like, how can we remove those barriers about the complications? Thank you.
Thank you, Josie. I think we have another question online from SAI Uganda, Duncan. He's asking about how is the concealment of assets regarded as tax evasion?
How is
The concealment to hide the assets considered as a tax evasion? How is the concealment of assets regarded as tax evasion?
I'll try to answer you first, Josephine. A political question. Yes. Were you thinking about that the OECD guidelines might be dominated, or the construction of them are dominated by the OECD countries, which are mostly rich countries? Yes. The United Nations have given out their own transfer pricing regulations. They are a bit more easy for development countries to use. And I think you should use them. They are easier to understand. There are some 400 pages compared to 600 pages in the OECD guidelines. But still, I do not really agree on it. If you do a proper work on your attempt, or your revenue authorities attempt to find the correct price, a fair price, a market price, and you provide sufficient evidence to convince whatever a tribunal who is going to decide on the case. It might be a tax tribunal, it might be the advisory committee, it might be arbitration in London, as we saw in the Heritage PSA. For many PSAs, it's arbitration, which is the sole. Then your country is selecting one of the judges. The company is selecting the other judge, and the third judge is appointed by the two of these appointed judges. Then you should have a fair trial. And if you are fair and square and have done the proper work to find the right evidence, I think you will win the case anyway. But the point is, when you use transfer pricing guidelines, you should find evidence that your price, the price you find, is the right price, the market price, the fair price. If you do that, you will win the case. I had a lot of cases when I was in the Revenue Authority that went all the way to the Supreme Court. Nobody dared touch these cases. And I felt very much alone when I decided to take the cases to the courts. At one time, I met a lot of resistance from surprisingly areas, people. But I was convinced I had a fair case. We had a fair case. But I was alone when I started these cases. They all went up to the Supreme Court, and we won all the cases in the end. Why I'm saying this? You feel alone when you work with these cases. You feel uncertain. You are fighting against rich companies which have their solicitors, lawyers, accountants, professional auditors, reputed, merited auditors, and they start fighting against you. Everybody has a price. And you feel like you're little, but you're not. That was interesting. The case that went to Parliament I was talking about, which the speaker of the largest Norwegian party at that time was shocked. The private company, or the persons there that was accused or convicted, or it was a lawyer there. He was a famous lawyer in Norway. He had helped the tax scheme for the company. And the auditors, they were convicted to prison. They said that we feel that we fight against, it's a fight like we are David against Goliath. And that struck me when I met the office that started this case. It was a couple of years earlier when they started that case. We were talking about the case because it was something they oriented us as a SAI at that time. They said, we feel like we are fighting the fight like we are David against Goliath. So it was the opposite way around. They felt like they were David, but the private companies felt they were David. You know, you have the tools, you have the powers. The private companies do not have that. Those have the monies. That's power too. But if you use your powers, you are on an equal base as the companies. So don't lose confidence. I think you should. I think you can use the OECD guidelines. I think they're good enough for your purpose. And they will help you win the case if you have a fair case. You said it was complicated. Yes, it is. There is no way around, no easy way out of it. It's not complicated. It's just a lot of information you have to gather to understand the industry, to understand the tools And it's different from you have learned at university, for most of you, or at school. But you have to go through it. That's the only answer I can say to that. It's complicated, yes, but it's funny too. It's good. Everything is funny when you start digging into it. And the last question was hiding monies, how that is a crime. As considered as a tax evasion. Hiding money is, well, that's not the tax. The tax evasion is not hiding money, but the money ends up in a tax haven due to transfer pricing, and that must be illegal transfer pricing. If the prices are out of arm's length, the arm's length principle, out of the range that is within the arm's length, which is the normal price that would be fixed in a market, in a market that functions, is functioning, then it might be considered as a crime. And then if the money is transferred to a tax haven, well, the crime is the tax evasion, not the hiding of the money. But you might hide fortune, which should be taxed in, let's say, here in Tanzania. If you have a tax on fortune, then it should be taxed here in Tanzania. If a taxpayer in Tanzania hides money in a tax haven due to discretionary limitations, then that will be a tax crime. But it's the non-reporting or the incomplete reporting that is a tax crime.
All right. Okay. There's a question there?
Yeah.
Okay, there's one online as well.
It's not really a question, but a comment from DAG Baba from the Gambia, who says that there is a need for a guideline for a combined audit, especially where compliance and performance audits are to be combined. Sometimes it is not clear which methodology to use.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. My question is, what are the tools that can be used to evaluate the crude oil reserve? That is one. And number two, in case of South Sudan, our scenario is unique. The pipeline, it was controlled by Sudan. The wells are in South Sudan. Then we have issues of metering. That is one. Number two, price transfer. The same DOCs that operating in South Sudan, they are also in Sudan. So sometimes it will be very difficult now how to account for this price transfer. As well as we have issues in CAPEX and OPEX, that is the cost recovery. Because as a country, our tech will depend on the OPEX and CAPEX. That is whereby they used to calculate the interest of the partners based on the JS. Of course, we have IPSIS. We are governed by IPSIS. That is the tools that we use in allocating the shares of each company. Our focus now, want to know how the Norway, the tools that they're using in evaluating the crude oil reserve. Because why I ask that? Because there is one of the companies, they want to exit. Then we push a question that now you want to exit. Then how do you reach to that value or quantity? Then they say no, they cannot disclose to us this information. And Norwegian is a pioneer in the petroleum industry. May you kindly share with us the best practices or the tools that you are using in evaluating the crude oil reserve? Thank you.
The last question first. I think both the PSAs and the legislation in Norway, the legislation in Norway provides for all the data that the company has regarding or relating to petroleum operations are to be given to the Norwegian government. So there are no limitations there. I really didn't understand why there should be any limitations on that kind of data from the company to the government, because I guess as in all other countries, the oil and gas and minerals on land and under seabed belongs to the country, the government. So also the data that is produced during exploration and production phases for a petroleum company should be available for the country. Are you sure you do not have that kind of authority in your legislation or PSAs or other tools? Because it should be like that. The second question was about metering. The same here. You have the inspection rights on all the metering points when you go into an agreement on the pipeline transportation of petroleum. That's the normal way of regulate petroleum transportation through pipelines. So I'm not sure if I really see. I don't think I can answer your questions because I don't really know the regulations within your country too good. So it's difficult for me to answer that. But could you please repeat your first question? It was about the valuation of petroleum, was it?
The reserve.
Was that also for the reserve?
The crude oil reserve. Yeah. For these issues of metering, it is an agreement between government of South Sudan and Sudan. It is based on the barrel. It is a transit fees, transport fees, and processing fees per barrel. That agreement is perfect. There's no problem. But now they are the one now controlling the metering in the other sites. Oh, yes. Because all the pipes is in Sudan. For us, we have the wells. Now, our question is if we want to say now to evaluate the reserve, because there is almost, you can say that there is 40 wells in block A, B, C. Then what is the best tool that now your SAI use in evaluating those, say in well A, B, C, the quantity is this. And this is how we arrive to that value. You get my question?
Yes, I do. But
yeah,
I'm not really very good at these kind of questions. I have to admit that. But still, most countries relies on the information that is produced by the oil companies. But they are obliged to provide you with that kind of information. But is that really the problem in your country, that you don't get that information because it's confidential? And that they
no, the problem is that one of the partners, they want to exit now. They want to exit. Say now we don't want to continue. Then we say, as a government, this is our resources. This is our resources. We own it. And now you want to exit. And you just agree with some comment that this, I need 1.something billion for this. And all the liabilities will be borne by you. Saying, okay, forget about the liabilities. How do you reach to that liabilities, number one? Because there are so many liabilities. Then the question number two, how do you reach to that value? The reserve. Because my understanding that CAPEX and APEX, if it is already paid, then all the assets belong to the government because it is already recovered.
It is.
Already recovered.
It is. You are using PSIs.
Yes. Then what we are going to talk about the reserve. How did you reach to that reserve? In terms of quantity, in terms of value. The estimates. Yeah.
Thank you. If I get your question right, you're asking how you assess the value of the wells. So if you remember from the value chain, it's that exploration stage, and we have been emphasizing that when you do that exploration, the data should actually belong to the government, you know? So that's what you need to determine at the very beginning, at the exploration stage, who owns the data. And if the companies now are holding the data as confidential, then there is the issue between the government and the company, and you can raise the issue. You should hold the government or the ministry you are auditing responsible for this. So I think you should raise that query to the ministry. This is something that should be the property of the ministry and the government, and I think you should go through the ministry to get access to that data, because I don't know how your mandate is. Do you go directly to the companies to audit? But in any case, all of the SAIs have the mandate to audit the ministries, and they should be ideally owning the data, and there can be issue that the data is not disclosed properly. And so there are issues in some countries, but I think that's what I can propose for you in your case. But in Norway, we also have the Petroleum Authority in Norway who would have, and they do have access to data anyhow. So I think the interesting question is now, how do you assess? It has been assessed already at the exploration stage. So I think Norway is beyond that. And the audit office, we don't really audit the companies itself because our mandate is at another level as most of the size, because then we are getting into the oil companies, I think. But from taxation perspective, the tax authorities could do that audit, and then you could query, even raise queries to the tax authorities. So you have to have this network where to get the information from. And you have the mandate to also get the data from the tax administrations. So from my viewpoint, that I'm just adding to what August had to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to respond to my fellow colleague here question. But a question could be in the managerial auditing perspective, the one the other presenter tackled the question, but from my side I can take it from the technical perspective, how the assessment of the reserve is being done. From the technical perspective, assessment of the reserve, first I should correct, because the reserve is not being categorized by the wells. Reserve is subsurface. So it's universal down there. So it doesn't matter how many wells are there, but you can assess reserve it is down there. There is two aspects. One is the geological determination of the reserve, where you can have estimation through your gross rock volumes. And the other one is engineering methods. There are the engineering methods and there are engineering tools that you can assess the reserve. And then you can forecast on how long are you going to produce, what is in there, and how per each well can produce. You do simulation. So there are these reservoir simulation tools which can be used to assess the reserve. And there are other methods which you call the deterministic method is using geological method where you estimate using gross rock volume. So from the technical perspective, that is how you assess the reserve. Thank you.
Thank you for the enlightenment. Yes, I have one question to South Sudan. Is that operator planning to sell the license? Is that why you want to have the data on the reserves?
No, the operator want to exit the business. That means they want to sell their shares, their interest. They want to quitting the business. They want to sell their interest to another company without consulting the government. You get my point?
I get your point. But
yes, I want to exit the business. I agree with B. Say now I want to exit. Pay me this money. All the liabilities, whatever, you just burn it.
Yes, but normally you have
the government say why? You should come to me first.
Yes.
Because it is my resources.
But
and it's four partners. There is it's not a matter between government and me. There is 4 partners in that block.
Mm-hmm.
There is 4 partners in that block.
Usually,
whenever there is a production, what the methodology is this. Then capex and opex will be deducted. Then the balance will be now divided according to the shares. Now, one of the partners say, now, I don't want to continue in this business. I want to quit it. You get my point?
Yes, I do. But
and it is a high-level committee. Revenue authority is there. Legal aspects is there. National Chamber as a government advisors in what so many actors representing the government. So they want to find out what is the best way now. The best way that so that if each, because we want to protect our interests, so that because there's so many issues, there's issues of the environmental impact, and there is cases. How now we want to exit? How now? What about the environmental impact assessment? Because there is so many issues. It will be very difficult now to say this is. You just put it as a reserve for the cases that.
I think we have to stop there. But my best
it is better. It is a dynamic and challenging issues.
My best advice is to read the PSA or your contract with the company, because most PSAs, almost all I've seen, has elaborated provisions on the exit of a contractor. In my opinion, it should have been solved in the PSAs, because you're using PSAs in South Sudan, aren't you?
We have the PSA, we have the petroleum, the revenue, all the laws.
But
you know the issue sometimes if the operator have financial resources and know-how, then they have the upper.
Of course, but
sometimes in negotiation they can just walk out. You get the point. Because they have
But it should be provided for in your PSAs, those questions. They are, yes.
All right. I see Esther and Edmond are eyeing me because we have to cut it off. But I'm glad that August is here. We can still continue with the engagement. So I would like to thank you, August, and your participation as well. Let's continue with the engagement. I would like now to move on to the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that which has transpired. Very lively discussion that we had on illicit financial flows and what they mean to us. It's decision time. We need to make a decision, folks. If you look at your time, you should be saying half 12. And lunchtime is 1 o'clock. And we have 4 speakers between now. Thank you. And we have 4 speakers between now and 1 o'clock. So our analytics are telling us that 4 human beings, experienced experts, are going to speak within 30 minutes and satisfy the next very important topic. Is that possible? I hear no there. I hear no there. Must take a decision. Is lunchtime ready? Lunch is not ready either. We're trying to propose that we go for lunch. We do that 45-minute lunch, because you also need a rest. You just came from a very, very tough session. And then we pick up the next session after lunch. That is my thinking. But if lunch is not ready, how fast can it get ready? All right, we do for 30 minutes, and then we go for lunch. Okay, I hope it works. In the meantime, when I get my notes, they also give me notes. When I get my notes for this session, let's just stretch a bit, greet your friend, ask him something that they haven't been asked today. Get to know each other just a little bit more. Folks, we also have some colleagues from Zambia, hey, who just came in today. Colleagues from Zambia. There they are. Let's give them a mic and they say hi to you. Right, folks, just look behind you by the way of the crow. All right.
Hi, everyone.
All right, folks, look at that.
Hi everyone. Okay, my name is Matthew Mdenda. I'm coming from SAI Zambia. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Chumfwembe Chipalo from SAI Zambia.
Excellent.
Nikki's not here yet. It's not here.
All right, let's get on with it. When we look at our timetables, it tells us that now we want to discuss resource reserves evaluation. A very good and important topic. Why? Because auditors scrutinize the estimate and disclosure of mineral reserves to ensure accuracy, completeness, and compliance with the relevant reporting standards. But why is that important? What makes that a part of the sub-themes of this particular workshop? The theme of the workshop is ensuring and picking up on the role of supreme audit institutions for better governance, for maximum benefit of citizens as far as these mineral resources are concerned. Now, the moment you talk about maximum benefit of citizens, you know that you're now into ESG territory. And here's the difficult part now. We're trying to convert technical data and information into something that is human, tangible and fungible with human impact. How do we do that? Considering that what you're looking at is just audit data, numbers, or what you're looking at is just mineral ore that's sitting somewhere. How do you translate that into value, or how does the auditor come into play in this game? It is clear that there are three things that are meant to happen in this process. First, we get an evaluation. This is the part that we want to discuss. And then from the evaluation, we get data. Data which forms the basis of information that goes into a report which extracts information, tabulates it, and presents it in line with a particular framework, an ESG framework. And once we have that report, which complies with a specific ESG framework, then the users of the report can then make policy decision based on that report on how they can govern the resources for maximization and benefit of citizens. That's what we want to do this afternoon. That's what we want to unpack this afternoon. How do we get the evaluation done right? How do we then go to the report
And how do we then see action being taken? So to do that, we're going to have a panel of experts. And the first speaker will talk about the evaluation of petroleum resources. That is Engineer Felix Nanguka. Sir, please come and take the podium. And I think I do also have a duty to spell out who he is before he speaks. And it's written here that Felix Nanguka is a development and production manager at TPDC. Felix has a petroleum engineering background with 14 years experience in oil and gas industry based in reservoir and production engineering. He has been part of several offshore and onshore drilling campaigns which resulted to substantial discovery in Tanzania. Felix has assumed various roles within the TPDC, including acting as a petroleum manager for 2016 to 2017 and LNG projects manager also for 3 years from 2018 up to 2020. Colleagues, please let us clap hands for this gentleman. Now tell us the first part of the session, evaluations.
Thank you for introduction, Edmund. Good afternoon to all of you. As has been introduced, I'm Engineer Felix from our national oil company, Tanzania National Company, TPDC. So I will be going briefly on what is this evaluation of the petroleum reserve. So we are just going to capitalize from what our previous colleague from Sudan has. So my presentation will cover those areas: estimation process, the process of data collection, reserve estimation, models, how do we disclosure the reserve, the challenge we are facing in the reserve evaluation, the best practices and the importance of the accurate reporting, and finally I will talk a bit on the role of the supreme auditing institutions. So to start with, from background, reserve, any reserve, be it from the mineral or oil and gas, it should be economically, from the mineral, it should be economically mineable. That's a reserve. And from the oil and gas, the one, of course, I'm going to dwell on is hydrocarbon, the volume of hydrocarbon that is stored in the reservoir, in the subsurface there, which can be produced commercially. That's a reserve. So from the reserve, there are various categories. First, we can have the reserve in place, which is total volume of hydrocarbon prior to any production. That is what can found down there. But it's not that all reserve that can be found underneath that can be produced. It goes down to what we call recovery factor. There is the extent to which produce, because there is the energy that make that gas or oil come out of the subsurface. We call pressure. The pressure is determining force that drive or give the energy for the oil or gas to being produced from there. So the difference, there is a resource in place and there is a reserve that can be produced. The category of it, there is several categories, 3 categories to be precisely. There is a proven reserve. That is a reserve which you have high confidence that can be extracted. We say to the extent of 90% that you are sure that can be produced. There is a probable reserve, that is reasonable confidence. in economic extraction, and there is possible reserve. For the probable reserve, its confidence level is up to 50%. You can be sure that it can be extracted, but for possible reserve, your confidence level is up to 10%, only 10% that can be produced. So in the value chain for petroleum industry, you start with exploration. So during exploration, when you start with a preliminary method until when you discover, that is what we call the possible reserve. So the confidence level is 10%, just 10%, but the resource, the number can be huge, but the confidence is too small. And after you discover, you can appraise and know the volumetric, the extent of the reserve, how far the reserve was spreaded. That level is what we call probable. Its confidence level is only 50%. And after several years of production, then when you say now, you can call proven reserve. In Tanzania, we have only 2 producing fields, which we can say that we have a proven reserve because we have been producing for a number of years. And step for reserve, this process of reserve estimation, you start with exploration, as I said. After exploration, we have our colleague from Norway, they say there is this data gathering. You know, when you do exploration, it doesn't matter whether you have discovered or you haven't discovered. The data is of the crucial importance. The data is, it can give you confidence on the next exploration campaign. So the data you store, of course, from the government regulatory board, from Tanzanian perspective is PURA. Then you have to model, and you do classify reservoirs. I previously mentioned those 3 categories of classification. Then there is a means of reporting. So we'll go through this. And I said, as I said in the previous, when I responding to our colleague question, there are 2 methods of determining reserve. There is a geological method where you can do the mapping, sampling, and also further you can do drilling. So from this geological method, you can estimate gross rock volume. It's a single point estimation, but there is another engineering method. This is after you discover and you want to develop, then you do reservoir simulation so that you know how much are you going to produce, for how long. Even you can even determine the life of your field. And technology that are used for reserve estimation, from the exploration stage, we use seismic survey. You send wave underneath down here, where we record 2 times. We record times. The time for traveling the waves down there and returning back. So you know, every rock respond different on those waves. So from there, when we do interpretation, so we at least, that's the first stage of estimating the reserve. Then we do the modeling software. Then further, we do the reservoir simulation by using several simulators. There are various reservoir simulators. I can't go further because some of them are too technical. Sources for reservoir estimation, we can do geological. We can do geological, as I said, rock samples. We do the rock samples. Geophysical, this is seismic. The one I've just mentioned is a physical method. Or we can do magnetic survey. You send magnet. The magnet also, the rock also respond different on the magnet properties. And there are geochemical method. We do take, chemical is down to take samples, soil sample or water sample, then you send to lab, and you have those waves. So there are accuracy for estimation. How are we? These are most important. The accuracy of estimation. You have to calibrate. You know, after taking seismic data, you can take just global. But when you drill a well, when you drill a well, that is what we refer as a hard data point. So you use that data after drilling a well to calibrate the information you have acquired over that entire area. So we do calibration, we do validation, and the quality control. While we are doing this, there are other companies that are providing the service for QCing what we are doing. But you know, we all know that the importance of having accurate data, it will lead to reliable reserve estimation. But if you mess on data acquisition, if the data are not QC'd well, then the garbage in, the garbage out. Challenge for estimation is just data gap, the quality of the data. If the quality of data, as I said, is not that much, then you don't expect quality results. And if you are not inconsistencies in your method on examination, all those lead to the inaccuracy of the estimation process of reserve. The model we are using in estimating, there are various models. We have a deterministic method. Deterministic method is a single value. You estimate reserve, just gross rock volume, single value. But there is a probabilistic. The probabilistic is you take the range of the outcomes, then you evaluate. As I said, you start from the possible, probable, and the proven, then you evaluate. That is in the earlier stage, the preliminary, very preliminary stage. But later, in the later stage, when you start producing now, we have a material balance and the reservoir simulation. The material balance is when you have a very good reservoir rock. And your material balance, it assumes that the rock was a tank. And it's used the mass method that whatever is input, then you have the output. But for the reservoir simulation, you don't treat the reservoir as a single tank. You discrete. Then you assign certain properties for the reservoir. So just simulate what is underneath there into the numerical simulation model. And then you are, after the numerical simulation model, you expect it will behave like the reservoir down there. And what you do is you calibrate it using the history data. For this to work, you have to have a field that is already produced for a number of years. Then you plot the gas or oil production. Then you compare with what your model give. So if you see the difference, then you try to regulate some parameters so that it behaves. Then you can use that model to forecast for a number of years, as in how many years are you going to produce, for what rate, so that you can constantly being reported for other stakeholders or the government or other stakeholders and investors. Selection of this method, because here you can see the 4 methods. Selection of this method, it depends on the quality of the data you have and also the data availability. Because at the early stage you have very limited data, so you cannot go for the reservoir simulation if you have data limitation. Also, it depends on the complexity of the deposit. I say the material balance. It's just assume that everything is quite okay. It's just assume that the reservoir is a tank. So whatever you put in is the same that can goes out. The disclosure of this reserve. How are we disclose the reserve? I can start with transparency. For us, before 2015, before enactment of the 2015 Petroleum Act, we used to act as a regulator. But then we separated. Now we have a Petroleum Regulatory Authority. Then we are just a national company. So as a regulator, of course, you want to see how this oil and gas company are reporting. Because you can't rely on what they are always telling you. You have to have a third party who can at least give you comfort of what they are reporting. So there are these third-party companies which are also reporting according to their various international regulations. This is just some of those. We have SEC, this is from US regulation, and we have Canadian regulations. It depends on the locality of these third-party companies, but all they are reporting according to the international acknowledged standards, and they are reporting annually. Because also these reports, it goes out to, most of these companies are registered in the various stock markets. So people have buy share, so they depend on the annual third-party report for them to subscribe, to continue subscribing their shares on these companies. So they report it to the various stakeholders. These stakeholders include the investors, regulatory bodies. As I said, like in our country, we have WAPURA, Petroleum Upstream Regulatory Authority. To individuals, is the one who have bought share for these companies, management of the companies themselves, and the government, and to the public as well. So these are important stakeholders, and this is how this information are being disclosed to the public. Challenge in a reserve evaluation. Of course, technically, the challenge is on the complexity of the geology. If you are geology, the rocks, the arrangement is very complex, then you have an issue in the evaluation. If you have limited data, I said it earlier, you have issues in evaluation, and of course in the evolvement of the technology. As we all know that technology keep evolving from time to time. That is a technical challenge, but in economic, it's a fluctuation. You have to turn this reserve into the money, because people are paying their money to buy share when these companies are registered. So you have to translate whatever reserve is being publicized into the money. So for you to turn it into the money, you need to know the price of that commodity and the cost, of course. Because for them to realize profit, they should know the profit. And it's very unfortunate that in this industry, it's unlike in the mining. Someone cannot cheat you in the final commodity. Because when the oil or gas come out, everyone knows that of course it is metered. You can't hide. But what you can hide is cost. Someone can just uplift the cost so that he can report the literal profit. So people are really following in this aspect, the cost, the price of commodity. So the fluctuation of this cost and the price of the commodity it makes serious issues in economic factor for reserve evaluation. As I said earlier, that reserve is not just oil gas that is coming out. It should be economically. Another challenge is regulatory compliance. Most of these companies are subscribed to international standards. And we have issues sometimes to raise our local standards and to comply with. So there is several guidelines for reporting. You have Society of Petroleum Engineers. We have SEC in the US. But Society of Petroleum Engineers is global method for using to report this reserve. But also in Tanzania, we have TAITI. I think we know TAITI. TAITI is Tanzania Extractive Industries Initiatives. That's also trying to chip in and to regulate on how this company mining, those companies in extractive industry, mining, oil and gas companies, they are reporting to the public this information. Basic practice, of course, basic practice for the auditor point of view, the best practice on the reserve evaluation is, first of all, is consistency. You need to be consistent. by using the standardized methodology, of course, across the projects. It's not that this project use this method, this project use this method. You have to be consistent. So whenever auditors come and you expect for you to be consistent on your reporting. Also accuracy. Of course, in the accuracy, we say that there is this involvement of the technology. So you have to leverage, of course, in the latest technology and ensure that your data validation along the process. And also audit and review. You have to implement first. I think most of companies, they have the internal auditing department. So before external auditors come, you have to implement a strategy for internal check from time to time. And importance for accurate reporting. Of course, if you do accurate reporting, it will help you in decision making. Accurate data, reserve data, it informs you on strategic planning and investment. Because if you don't have accurate data, then it will be difficult for you to plan further on how are you going to manage and develop your field. Trust. We have to develop trust, of course, among stakeholders. As I said, that most of this business is registered business. And even you have also to build trust to the government as well. Risk management. Of course, you have to always make your risk matrix and identify the potential risk and put the mitigation measure throughout. As for AfROSAI, this Supreme Audit Institution, I don't know much about what you are doing, but I think for audit, oversight, there are issues that we need to emphasize. For oversight, when you're insuring companies, you have to ensure always companies that are comply with the reporting standard and the best practices. I think that's one of the key issues that you are looking at. And evaluation, you have to conduct independent assessment of the reserve. Of course, this is down to the whole process that I have described. Some of them is a bit technical, but that we have to go through. You have to be aware at least what the do's and don'ts of the estimation method. And the recommendation is to provide actionable insight on the improving the resource evaluation process. I think this is a role of auditors from time to time. Thank you.
Wow, fantastic. Let's give him a hand. Wow, Engineer, thank you so much. That came out so well, hey? He had very tough concept to talk about 9 points that he took us through, from data collection, estimation models, disclosures, and I like the way he finishes it. He finishes it by raising an expectations on auditor. I like the way you say, look, I don't know what you guys do. I've heard about you, but this is what I think you should be doing. And that's very important for auditors, because there is what we call an auditor expectation gap. What are we doing with that? Look, we agreed that at 1 o'clock we stop. Irene, is that still the case? The case is we stop at 1 o'clock. So thank you so much, Engineer. When we come back, we'll go on and pick up from where you've left up, and I'm quite sure everybody has quite a number of questions to ask. This was so fruitful. Thank you so much, sir. Great. From here we go for lunch. From here we go for lunch. The colleagues online, thank you so much for tagging along and hanging around with us. We value your inputs and your concentration. It's not easy when you're online, eh? Maybe next time you should come to Dar es Salaam. But look, we're going away for an hour. We come back at 2 o'clock Tanzania time. You know where you are. Do your calculations. Thank you. is it talking to? And how are we reporting on it? And on the next discussion, we're going to have someone beaming online, an expert beaming online. Melissa Reddy. And she's a risk and sustainability senior manager at BT Sourced. That's British Telecoms, I want to believe. Now, Melissa leads on the risk and sustainability of BT Sourced, based in Dublin, Ireland. Her key focus is on responsible sourcing, managing impacts and risks across the BT Group's global supply chain, and working together with suppliers and stakeholders to contribute to a sustainable world. So we have all this information. The ultimatum is, how do we then manage these resources and govern them so well for the benefit of the people? So let's give Melissa a chance just to say a few words. Melissa, say hi. Good to see you. It needs to be a little bit louder, isn't it? They want it a little bit louder. I don't know whether it's this house that needs to be in order, or you need to get a microphone where you are.
I do have a microphone. Can you not hear me now? Is it better?
It's much better. They're nodding. Please proceed, Melissa. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. turn undermine the development, good governance, and the rule of law. In politically unstable areas, armed groups often use forced labor to mine minerals. They then sell those minerals to fund their activities, for example, to buy weapons. These so-called conflict minerals, such as tin, tantalum, tungsten, and gold, referred to as 3TG, can find their way into our mobile phones, electronic products, cars, and jewelry. So there are several points in the minerals and metal supply chain. Examples, the extraction, the smelters, the refining process, the transportation and logistics. So where money this is still in draft and the full text is planned to be voted in by the EU Parliament at the end of this year. Okay, so moving on to the next slide. So which are the conflict-affected and high-risk countries in Africa? So in the United States, we have the Dodd-Frank Act. And Section 1502 is a provision that requires U.S. publicly listed companies to disclose their use of conflict minerals that might originate in the DRC or its neighbors. Right? This is specifically where they are linked to armed groups and human rights abuses. So these companies must check their supply chains for these minerals and take the necessary steps to address any risks they find and report on their efforts every year to the Security Exchange Commission. Okay. And here, the countries in scope are the Democratic Republic of the Congo and its 9 adjoining countries, which are Angola, Burundi, Central African Republic, Republic of the Congo, Rwanda, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia. So that was the US Dodd-Frank Act. Then moving on to the European Commission has also published an indicative, non-exhaustive list of conflict-affected and high-risk areas, referred to as the PARA, and this is under the conflict minerals regulation. So here are the countries in scope. So in Africa are Burkina Faso, Burundi, Cameroon, Central African Republic, the DRC, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Mali, Mozambique, Niger, Nigeria, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, and Zimbabwe. This gives you an overview of which countries are in scope of these regulations. And then moving on to the next slide, that is making headlines not only in Europe but across the entire world, is the EU Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which entered into force last year in January. So this piece of legislation strengthens the rules concerning the social, environmental and governance information that companies in scope must report on. So the new rules will ensure that investors and other stakeholders have access to the information they need to assess the impact of companies on people and the environment, and for investors to assess financial risks and opportunities arising from climate change and other sustainability issues. Companies subject to CSRD will have to report according to the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, which we refer to as the ESRAs, which is being seen in the same light as the financial reporting standards. Okay, so the main focus of the CSRD is on sustainability due diligence across the undertaking's value chain, how the undertaking identifies, prevents, mitigates, and accounts for actual and potential negative and positive impact on the environment and people connected with their business over the short, medium, and long term. We will also include indirect and direct impacts. So on this slide, you will see a very high-level visual of the ESG CSRD reporting requirements. The reporting entity will have to complete a double materiality assessment, which includes both an impact and a financial materiality assessment. And this piece of legislation is certainly a game changer in the field of external corporate reporting. And due to it, we will have seen reporting requirements across the world, and a lot more companies focusing on environmental and human rights risks and impact. Okay. And moving on to the last slide. In conclusion, I think even though we as DT are doing the best we can, we still need a lot more solutions to solve the problems of illegal exploitation of minerals, human rights abuse, and environmental degradation in conflict-affected countries in Africa. All of us, businesses and governments, can play an important role in ending abuse and contribute to economic, environmental, and social progress in Africa. As SAIs, you have the mandate and the power to make a difference in your countries. So in terms of the SDGs, which I hope everyone is familiar with, SDG 8 and SDG 16 are two key goals that stand out where countries need to have aligned goals, targets, and responsibilities. So that's the end of my slides. Are there any questions or thoughts?
Well, thank you so much, Melissa. Guys, let's give her a hand. All the way from Dublin, just telling us what is going on in this space of conflict minerals. We had the engineer speaking earlier, and he was telling us that we need to understand how much of this ore is in the ground. But also we need to understand the nature of the ore, because that has implications in our countries. I don't know, of the countries that were mentioned as conflict, where conflict minerals are, how many of our countries were mentioned? Let's just show by hand. Just show by hand. It's quite a lot, eh? It's quite a lot. And thank you, Melissa, for showing us ESG in action. A quick question from me whilst the colleagues are coming around. Have you guys mapped the number of, or rather the number and the name of MNCs, multinational companies, that are operating in these areas, in these countries where there are conflict minerals? Do you guys have that data? And I'm not sure if there's anyone else who wants to ask Melissa a question. Okay, there's a question. One hand is up. Is there another one? Can you check online also? You may ask Agatha.
Thank you, Melissa. That was a very good presentation. My question actually connects to what Edmund is asking. One of the key challenges in ESG reporting is getting accurate data points. assessing the impact, the risks and opportunities that the value chains have. If you speak of BT, for example, is a company somewhere there in the world, and then where you're sourcing your key materials is in Africa. You've actually highlighted the scoped countries from an SEC and European scoping requirements from a conflict minerals perspective. Then the question is, how do you access and engage with the value chain that you have in terms of the suppliers, the customers across the world, and specifically those from Africa? How do you ensure that you get accurate, complete reporting? And how do you get into the field and see whatever has been reported is not something to do with greenwashing and all the issues that we have from an ESG reporting perspective? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Agatha. I think you can handle those. Anything online?
That's a great question, Agatha, right? So we work very closely with the Responsible Minerals Initiative, and the RMI, they actually guide us, so they have a lot of templates that we can use and information that we use, especially with data and with information around conformance smelters and refiners and things like that. But it is a challenge because, as I said, we have a lot of suppliers, and I think last year when we did the report, we tried to identify which are those critical suppliers that we need to be in contact with. So we did reach out to them. We asked them to complete a country of origin questionnaire, because remember, in the supply chain, there's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and 4. We're trying to get right down to the root level of that particular raw material. And as you rightly said, it is a challenge in terms of data and getting correct information, getting information with integrity. And that was one of my key reasons of also reaching out to Ed at AFROSAI-E to see how we can do some sort of collaboration in the future around how the SAIs can help us here. Does that answer your question?
I answered, Agatha. You do have a microphone next to you.
I think what I hear from Melissa is that there's still a challenge, and for me it's probably how do you engage with main stakeholders within the government agencies to get the relevant data, because they are the custodians of most of the information data, and we are seeing the regulatory landscape picking up in different jurisdictions, including the Africa, of course, at a lower pace, but things are coming up. So based on the regulations that are in place, probably critical to engage with government agencies like the National Bureau of Statistics, mining agencies, and so on and so forth, just to ensure that there's a consolidation of the impact and the risks that the value chains do pose from the operational perspective. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Any more reactions to what Melissa was sharing with us? It's fine. Yes, Asana.
Hello, Manisa. We like the presentation you made on conflict mineral. The actual countries you mentioned are really in a critical situation. For instance, let me take my country as an example. Nigeria has been known to be an oil-producing nation, and the government has not expanded its resource base, meaning that there are many minerals that has been abandoned due to oil, due to the concentration on oil and gas. Meanwhile, in other parts of the country where it is believed that there are no resources, at recent times we've begun to see that there's a lot of gold mining in northeastern part of Nigeria, and that's resulted to a lot of conflicts. It has sacked many communities. It has turned into banditry or a war situation, because there are places that one cannot reach without security personnel, all because of conflict minerals. In the suggestion, apart from making legislations for European Union and any other law, what we may suggest, or what I may suggest, why not reaching out directly to these countries rather than depending on supply chains? Because the supply chains can never reveal the real facts of the situation. Meanwhile, many of these countries are at the receiving end. It has turned into insecurity. But if such big companies can have a straight communication with governments through better diplomatic relations, I think it will solve a lot of issues of conflict minerals. Because there's a lot going on there. Even some of the minerals being removed from the soil are not even known. Nobody even knows what they are moving out of the soil. And the end users are the big multinationals. So we'd like a suggestion, maybe engaging with countries that have the resources directly, governments to government, to the multinationals. I think it will solve a lot, and it will go down the drain in building the supply chain better, such as the facilities to those miners, educating them, doing other things. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's a very good point you raised. And certainly, I think with all the new regulations in Europe, I think a lot more companies will have to do this and look at the due diligence. And it definitely comes from at the government's initiative. So we are liaising with the government in the UK as well, and we're actually trying to expedite some work in this area. But yeah, most certainly, I think a lot more needs to be done here between the governments as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Melissa. She's encouraging us to pursue that private to public partnership, eh? Those MNCs.
It's SDG 17 as well, right?
It is indeed.
Partnerships for the goals.
Absolutely. So those MNCs, yes, they are private, but most of them, we all know where they come from. And they're being affected by these laws. And if we auditors don't understand the laws that are affecting them back home, they could just be infracting them flagrantly and coming here and pontificating to be something else. But we need to be aware. That knowledge is going to be power. And thank you so much, Melissa, for opening up our knowledge bank. We are going to take recognition of all these laws, the Dodd-Frank law, the EU laws, all the ones that you've put in place, so that we also sharpen our wits and pursue, like you said, that private-public partnership for better governance of these resources in our countries. Once again, folks, let's just give her a hand. Melissa, we'll ask you to just stick around, hey? Because we do have some like-minded people who are still speaking. One of them is Akata. She's already been asking some questions, and maybe because she's an expert, I wanted to come and also tell us and show us what she is worth. I'll read out her profile just to introduce her. They sent me a message of the profile, so I'm pulling my phone. I'm not sending my other girlfriend a text message. No, I'm not. I'll do that later. Now, I just want to find the profile that they gave me and read it out. And there we go. I found it. So, Agatha is a senior manager in audit and ESG lead with KPMG in Tanzania with over 12 years of experience. She has a strong background and experience in the public sector audit and advisory on the extractive industries, financial sector, health, and utility, and has been involved in ESG reporting and assurance audit and engaged in complex engagement in the implementation of standards in public sector organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, Agatha. Let's have a slide projected and see what we can learn. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. What Edmund didn't mention about me, I love nature. One of my biggest expenditure is purchase of flowers. The only way I keep that sustainable is to hide the receipts from my husband. Yeah, so I think my colleagues, Felix has spoken in terms of the what we have in Africa. Melissa has actually translated what I'm going to be speaking about, wrapping up and calling a call for action. I liked one of the AGs there, the way he said, let's walk the talk. We are talking a lot. What are the actions that we need to have? So my presentation is briefly going to speak about sustainability, just to consolidate the topic. I'm also going to cover the regulatory landscape in Africa. There are a lot of regulatory upcomings. What I've, for my presentation, is what covers the wider African continent. We'll also speak on the reporting frameworks that we have, the challenges, and then finally the roles that we have as auditors. As we move in into this presentation, I want you to sit back and relax. And I've had a lot of engagements. I've engaged in stakeholder discussions, trying to shape up policies, regulations, done a number of workshop trainings, and so on and so forth. Having said that, I'm also a culprit in what I'm just going to be talking about. Our main focus has really been into what are the negative impacts that we have from an ESG perspective. What impacts do you have into the environment? What impacts do companies, extractive industries have to the society and the government? Then the question I asked myself is that all of us have seen the environmental impact, right? The floods that we have seen, the change of weather patterns in our countries, and so on and so forth. The social impact, Melissa's covered it very well, the conflicts that we have, right? If you speak of the governance perspective, the corruption, one of the presenters in the morning was speaking into that. Then the question is that if we have already seen the very negative bit of it, and that is what we have in our homes, right? Do we still need to focus speaking on the negative, or do we need to change our mindset and ask ourselves, what do we need to achieve? After having that kind of a thought process, then I say probably it's high time to start speaking on the positive things that ESG or sustainability can drive. I want you to ask yourself and imagine how Congo would have been if the way the natural resources are exploited and everything, there was a benefit to the host communities in Congo. That country is probably one of the richest. Probably the expectation is that it would have been one of the highly educated population. Think of all the positive aspects that we really need and want to see. So what I'm trying to spice up is that sort of a fantasy that will drive our action to get to the positive benefits that sustainability and ESG will bring into us. Is it not what we are all aspiring to have? Now, we've given recommendations to Melissa, what we really want to see. Then the question is, of course, we have the right to demand what we want to see as citizens. But the critical question that I want all of us to ask ourselves, the AG there put it very nicely. Accountability sector, as one of the key stakeholders in the accountability sector, what is our role? Imagine yourself as a corporate citizen, the kind of a demand that you are posing in terms of what do you want to see. Now you are privy to some of the information, you are privy to the regulations, you have the right you have the access to change policies and shape up things, imagine what that citizen out there is looking into you. There's a lot of expectations. So why sustainability? I'm starting with why sustainability because I believe we all know what sustainability is. If I put it a simple definition from a United Nations, sustainability is simply meeting your needs while taking into consideration or not compromising the ability of your future generation to meet their needs. If you speak of that definition, the key thing that should come to your head is the non-renewable resources that we have. Now, why sustainability? I've said our focus from today, what we should be looking for is not the negative impact that all these have. Of course, we can't avoid to think about that. Let's imagine the positive societies, environment that we all want to achieve, and then put up an action to drive towards that destination. So I've tried to summarize a few important things from a sustainability perspective. The environment. Why is it critical for the extractive industries to take action to mitigate the risks that they cause to the environment? The use of renewable energy, wind energy, solar energy, and so on and so forth. Carbon emissions that they cause. When you think of the extractive industries, I want you to think of it from a consolidated perspective. You would be looking at the profits that we are reaping from the mineral resources. I want you to think of the value chain, the upstream, midstream, and downstream impacts that this entire process have to the ecosystem of human life. If you speak of the positive aspects from a community society perspective, how do we drive communities that are educated? How do we achieve good health into the society and the communities that we are living in? The gender parity, remuneration parity, and so on and so forth. Think of the economic benefits that sustainability can bring on. The circular economy, attraction of foreign investment, not only foreign investments, responsible foreign investments that put up a plan of a fair share of the benefits that these minerals that we have, and actually we are the owners of those minerals. How do we get participation of the society around that? Have we reflected on the benefits? Now, Melissa has touched on the regulatory landscape in the European side. Mine is actually based on the ESG policies and regulations shaping the extractive industries within the African continent. The reality is that there are a lot of regulations and policies that are coming up across the continent. What I've picked for this discussion is something that resonates with most of us in the room. The first one is the requirement for the listed entities. We've seen most of the stock exchanges in the African continent have mandated the listed entities to put up the ESG disclosures. If you speak of in Tanzania, we have the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange, Johannesburg Stock Exchange, where I would say most of the African mining companies are, and they are listed at JSE. Nigerian Stock Exchange, Nairobi Stock Exchange, and so on and so forth. The other bit is the code of conduct that is mostly driven from the mining acts from different African countries. For example, in Tanzania, we had the CSR regulations that were issued in 2023, which is similar to what is actually adopted in most of the African countries. Driving engagement of the society where these companies are operating, ensuring that there's an agreement in terms of the benefits that this society have to get from these minerals, but also put up a transparency in terms of the benefit and agree on the sharing plan. The other one is extractive industry transparency initiatives. Felix touched about that, but this is a global framework that drives transparent reporting from an extractive industries. The requirement is that you report transparently the revenues you've reaped, the taxes you've paid, and so on and so forth. And in that aspect, then our responsibility is to see how that aligns and coordinates to the other reports, to the tax filings, to all the other reports, and see whether this data is actually accurate. Another key is local content regulations, which is something that has been embraced probably in different modality in different countries, which mainly drives or demands preferential rights for the host countries to benefit. Yeah? For example, in Tanzania, if you are mining license holder, you need to put up a local content plan, which has to be approved by the minister. And then you have to do a quarterly reporting and annual reporting on how you're faring with that plan. And then there's Africa Mining Vision, which came into place in 2009, trying to drive sustainable actions for the mining companies in Africa. Now, let's speak on the reporting frameworks that are in place. The reality is that there are a lot of reporting frameworks. I've just picked some. The first column speaks about what that particular framework is. What is it focusing? So these frameworks actually, some of them focus on investors, some of them focus on wider stakeholder needs, some of them focus on financial institutions, and so on and so forth. The scoping, but also the targeted stakeholders. I want to focus on the ISSB reporting standards that were issued in June 2023, because that is a kind of a direction or harmonization that we are seeing from a reporting perspective. I understand that we are coming from the public sector audits, and IPSASB is working on issuing sustainability standards for the public sector entities. We expect probably those will come out in the few months to come. And the prediction is that the way we have seen a replication of IPSAS on IFRS, probably most of the things that IFRS S1 and S2 has issued will be adopted by IPSASB. But my expectation is that those will actually shape the need and the expectation of the stakeholders in the public sector. ISSB standards are focusing on the needs of the investors. What are the risks and opportunities that the company operations have on the company's prospects in the short, medium, and long term? If you speak of public entities, they have a wider stakeholder group, and their expectations do vary, right? So, and that brings us to some of the challenges that we have from a sustainability perspective. When you speak of sustainability, there's a lot of groundwork that needs to happen. We were trying to challenge Melissa here, how do you collect data for you to put up your sustainability report? So reporting is simply putting up a story. What are you doing from a sustainability perspective? What are the material impacts do you have to the environment, to the society, and the governance aspects? After identifying your material topics, then from that specific sector that you're operating, then what are the material topics? If you speak of an extractive industry, carbon footprint is one of the key or a material topic that I expect to see in a sustainability report for an extractive company. Think of the value chain that they have, the transportation that needs to happen, the burning and all the processes and the plants that they do have, and the carbon emissions that goes to the atmosphere. Yeah. Think of the use of water resources that they have. So you need to identify what is it material for you based on your sector, and then tell a story. What are the risks that you're causing in different spectrums of ESG? How are you mitigating those risks? And that report has to be balanced and has to speak of the short, medium, and long term. When I say balanced, it means it has to speak on both the positive and also the negative impacts that you're causing and the plans that you have in place. So as we put up our thoughts in terms of how are we going to action and drive and foster sustainability actions, there are some of the challenges that I want you to think of. First is the regulatory, the dynamics. As I've said, a lot of African continents, not only in Africa, even there in the developed world, there are a lot of regulations that are coming up day and night. This regulatory space is still not certain, is still not settled. So the challenge is as you do your capacity building, as you learn, you need to be on the outlook of what new has been issued. How do you bridge a gap in terms of what you already have and what you're supposed to have based on the upcoming regulations? The other is the expectation gap. Edmund touched on that aspect. The ESG, as I've said, we speak of the non-financial impact that the companies have to the environment, society, and the governance actions. Think of the non-financial data that you have to think about. We are not so much used in auditing the financial data. But when you speak of ESG, then you need to speak about the qualitative data. So the expectations of the different stakeholders, there are a lot of varying expectations from different stakeholders. Some of them are citizens, some of them are investors, some of them are government agencies, and so on and so forth. How are you going to balance the expectations? Another one is ESG integration. As I've said, the methodologies that we already have, the trainings, the experience that we already have is based on the financial data audit. But when you speak of sustainability, you need to think of the non-financial aspect that you need to consider. Yeah. Reporting requirements. What are the reporting requirements? If I am to summarize the reporting landscape in Africa, and that was confirmed with the discussion I had with some of the colleagues from South Africa when we were having lunch, we have not yet seen reporting requirements guidelines that has been issued. I have been engaged in some of the regulators on the regulations from a reporting perspective on ESG. Now the question is, how do you balance the expectation of different stakeholders? So there is still a wait and see mode, and see how the regulatory landscape reporting framework harmonizes over time. As I've said, ISSB issued the standards. The only standard that was issued is on climate, and other standards are still coming through. But IPSASB is also working on public sector sustainability standards that will come through. So there's still that wait and see mode to see what standards frameworks are coming through, how to balance the expectation of different stakeholders, what guidelines do they really need to issue on. Now finally, what are the roles do we have as auditors? First one is upholding ethical standards. Edmund has put up a recommendation, though he doesn't really know what we do as auditors. But the way he was speaking resonated to me on the expectation of audit of an estimate based on the ISA 540. You need to check the assumptions, whether the assumptions that have been put through are correct, the data that has been used from an ESG perspective, are those correct, and the methodology that has been adopted, is that correct? If you speak of GRI reporting standards, what are the requirements of GRI? When someone claims into their reports that they've used GRI, have they met all the requirements? Is the data that is being reported correct? And we have that responsibility. As I've said, we haven't seen the regulations, but if you look, the ISA 720 in terms of the responsibility of the auditors on other information, of which for ISA we refer to them as 2,720. So you might say that we don't have a regulatory requirement to report or to put up, to validate the sustainability reports, but we have a responsibility from other information perspective. Whatever has been reported, is it inconsistent to the other information that we've come across? The third role that we have is stakeholder engagement. How do we engage with different regulators, government agencies to shape up policies that runs into the interest of the public? And then capacity building, very critical. As I've said, ESG is a very dynamic topic. Things keep on changing day and night. For me, if I would sleep, next day there's something else. You need to keep on building up capacity, getting trained, and so on and so forth. And us as auditors, we need to be ahead of our clients. So it is very critical to ensure that there's capacity building. And finally, fostering social responsibilities from the way we do our work, but also the way we conduct ourselves as corporate citizens. I am one of those persons who will not hesitate to ask you during the lunchtime, you have piled up your plate. Do you really think you're going to finish this food? And I'll not be asking that question because maybe I'm worried for your diet and so on and so forth. What rings into my mind is that, have you taken into consideration the energy that has been used to cook this food? The carbon emission that has been emitted into the atmosphere as this food was transported, or the raw materials were transported. Have you thought of the people who needed to travel and come and cook this food? If you're not going to finish this food, then this is a waste. Have you taken into consideration the expenditure or other impact that you would have in terms of managing that waste? And that is what I want all of us to live with into this room. Let's have sustainability run into our minds, the way we conduct ourselves from day-to-day activities, and translate that to the tasks that we have as supreme auditors and as custodians and stewards of public interest. Thank you for listening.
Give it a hand. Thank you so much. Fantastic presentation. Agatha, please take a seat, take a sip of water. You've talked a lot, we've heard a lot. And as you're doing that, Felix, please come and join her. You to take a break earlier because we wanted to discuss your positions together at the same time. Nice and cozy by the couches. And please, can we bring back the expectation from the non-audit world? She gave us her last, on a presentation, she had a slide there, and this one goes out to you folks. Can we look at it? And when we're looking at the expectations that have been raised, is that something that we as supreme audit institutions can meet? And we have an opportunity to respond to them, to say, here you're asking for too much. We are not an institution that can uphold ethical standards. Or we can say, no, this capacity building thing, it's for AfROSAI-E, it's not for us. Or we can agree that fostering social responsibilities is something that we are built for as supreme audit institutions. Agreed. But let's react to them, because that's what they're expecting, hey? Who wants to go ahead? Who wants to take a go? Can supreme audit institutions meet those 4 expectations? We're all auditors, right? Any volunteers, guys? These colleagues are going to go back and they need to be sure that the expectations are well within, eh? Hasana, can your SAI meet that? Colleagues from Zambia, you haven't said much since you greeted us.
There's a hand there.
Attempt, Chief. Let's see the Chief. Wow, these mics are terrible. Can we get a better mic?
I think it's not 4. It's 7 expectations. Okay. My brother had 3, and my sister had 4. So that gives us 7 expectations. I wish all 7 would have been displayed so that I will look at it. But I think I will start with my brother. The one expectation, of course, all of the expectations as auditors, we must meet them because they are key in the job that we do. To my brother, I think he made a very good suggestion. I think in his opening statement, he said, I don't know what you do as auditors. But however, based on the technical knowledge he had, he think something has to happen. And on the 3 expectations he raised, I think I'm very much happy for one. Recommendations. In his submission, he said auditors must give recommendations that are actionable. I think that was what is actionable, insightful, and improving resource evaluation. I think that was what he said. And that is where we come in to add value. Of what use is audit recommendations if they are made year in, year out and nobody take action on them? Most times we focus on government to take action. But I'm happy he is in an institution and is now demanding from us that we must make recommendations that are actionable. I'm of the view that if those recommendations are made, nobody will know about what is happening. Or what you will see is improvement in the work that he is doing. So that is a big challenge to us because there have been many instances where I think in some of the presentations, year in, year out, auditors report the same issue. So the question is probably why. If we can have a retrospect of ourselves, proper examination, maybe what we're recommending, the client don't even understand how to implement it. So the following year, you still have the same issue coming up. So it's a matter of bringing those recommendations to bear so that they are acted upon. How do we go about doing it? Is having, this is where issue number 4, I think, comes in. You must have a good relationship with the client. This is not just about you going because you've observed as auditor, your responsibility is for you to report. Let the client understand what you are reporting on and how is it affecting the work that he is doing. Agree on action plan. Once you have an agreed action plan on recommendations, then I think that will be of benefit to the client. I think that is where we start seeing the value that are needed for us to add to the work of Supreme Audit Institutions. My sister said something that I love. We have to be ahead. For the mining companies, what I observe where the conflict is coming from, probably we've not looked at it so closely, is that government wants money. That's what we want. So wherever the money is coming from, we are interested in it. But we don't pay much attention to the agreement that is being made. The companies come with the best of the best that you can think of. The best of lawyers, the financial analysts, all what you may think of, all the best, they bring it on their table. Government sits and bring probably less of the best. And when contracts are now signed, during implementation, issues start coming up. And the agreement comes. So I think it's not a matter of whether we can kick some out. I think all of these are key to the work of audit. Thank you.
Fantastic. Yes, sir.
Yes, I just want to comment on a few areas. First of all, I would like to applaud the presenters for the nice presentation. But mine is on the role of an auditor, which we have been speaking about from the morning, whereby we're trying to identify the position of the auditor in value creation on the citizens. Then I think I have something that I want to put on the table, probably that we can be considering when we are discussing the role of an auditor. We see there are some models available on the audit issue. The mode of the board of audit, the mode of the court, and the mode of the supreme audit institutions. And in our case, for example, we are following the supreme audit institution. Other countries are following the court of audit. And depending on the model that you follow, obvious that defines the role of an auditor towards bringing value to the citizens. In our case, there is this institutional setup for the accountability to take place. And probably we may need to discuss the functioning of other authorities. For example, much as you desire positive results to happen, if the parliament is weak, you won't get positive results. Very tough to get the positive results. If you have the corruption agencies not working effectively, or the other prosecution services, for example, or the judiciary, because the auditors, you will end up just writing the reports, go to the parliamentary committees, clarify the issues, and then no action taken. Then here you say, okay, maybe we want the auditor to make things happen. I think when we are discussing about how we can add value to the citizen, sometimes we may need to discuss it with that broad perspectives. And it is for us to identify clearly the problem. If the SAIs are working effectively, as we say, okay, the supreme audit institutions are working effectively. Now we think there is a problem somewhere. We can iron out it that way.
Thank you so much. The desire is there to meet all of this, but we must not forget that the SAI does not work in isolation, like you're saying. There are other players that need to be brought in. Felix, I would like for you to respond to all the knowledge that you shared with us, engineer, and tie it back to your question on calculation and measurement and estimation of reserves. Why is this important? Over to you.
Fantastic. Anyway, myself, I get reflection on all this perspective of ESG when she elaborated on the sustainability, because from whatever we are doing, we all know that for whatever assessment or forecast for the reserve we can make, at the end, eventually we know that this thing is depletable. So we need to make action that will consider the future generation, that this reserve are depletable and there are future generation that is coming. Personally, I like the Norwegian model that they have undertaken in terms of leveraging their reserve and their resource. And my country have tried, or we have tried to imitate that model by establishing that reserve management fund. The purpose of that fund is to see whatever we are earning from the extractive industry will benefit not just this generation, but also in the future generation. It's sustainability itself, I don't know, but we have started. And that is the way to think on the future. Whatever we are earning now, whatever we are producing or we are forecasting or we are calculating, we should know that one day this thing is repeatable and they would not be there. But there are still future generations that's coming. So that's the reflection I'm having on this sustainability. Not forgetting about the other aspect of the capacity building, all those, but at least for sustainability issues. Thank you.
Wow. Fantastic. A futuristic view. That's what is taking most. Do we have a question for either of them? We're taking questions for either of them. I'll give you the mic as your hand goes up. Any questions? Going once? Going twice? Oh, there's a hand there. Esther wants to ask a question. Let's have a question from AFROSAI-E.
Thank you, Edmund. This is for Agatha. You were touching upon the standards. I came over a draft on ISSF 5000. I believe you know, it's Inter-Standalone Sustainability Assurance 5000. It's quite new. I don't know much about it, so I think it could be relevant for us auditors to know more about it. So question is, what is your view on this standard? Are you involved in this? I know it's not approved yet from what I get. And do you have any recommendations for the SAIs or auditors? Can this be applied in the future on the sustainability? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Esther. I think that's a very relevant question.
Maybe before you go for it, I've got a similar question, if it's okay. It just follows up. You gave us a list of all those frameworks, and we noted that the GRI is the only broad-based framework on the list that you have. Now, when you talk of broad-based, it's clear it's going wide, but how deep does it go? Do we get an...
Thank you. I'll start to respond to Esther's question. So we've seen the reporting frameworks that are coming through, but also from an audit side of things, there are standards that are coming up. She has put it very correctly that it is yet to be approved. But that standard is actually aimed to come up with a methodology on how you're going to audit ESG aspects. I think that's a very critical one. As I've said, learning, capacity building is very key. What we've seen in the IPSAS-B adoption of most of the IFRS standard is probably what will be replicated, similar to ISAs and international supreme standards audit institutions, those kind of standards. So it's a very pertinent standard. It speaks in terms of how you identify materiality, how do you audit the non-financial data, and so on and so forth. So I encourage every one of us to be on the learning mode from a sustainability perspective. What I can assure you from the interactions I've had with public and private entities, ESG or sustainability is shaping the way businesses are conducted, the way governments would be conducting themselves, the accountability that is demanded from the investors, but also from the donor funding agencies that we depend to finance our budgets in the African continent. So my call and my request and what I would encourage you to do is learn. Keep on learning, be ahead of the client, don't shy out to engage in various discussions. We are responsible, they or they are asked that we might have all the recommendations, but having those into action could be a challenge. And he actually touched something on the root cause analysis, asking why of why. It's very critical when we try to see how do we drive action around this space. So for us to be ahead, for us to understand what kind of impact and influence do we have to shape the policies and what we really need to see, we need to learn and bank on learning. What we can really learn is that the reaction from the citizens, we are seeing it from some of the neighbors in the East African region, if we are not going to put our action into place, then citizens will go into the streets and demand for what they want to see.
Thank you so much. Oh yeah, the hands are here. They're back now. There we go.
Okay. I have a question, especially on the sustainability and the related disclosures you mentioned. This is coming from the financial audit perspective. So my question is, as an auditor, how do you determine the disclosures made on sustainability? How do you determine their accuracy, that is the adequacy, and also the completeness, specifically on the climate-related disclosures issues? Again, the other question is in relation to materiality. When I understand when it comes to financial statement, materiality are usually based on financial information, and these sustainabilities are usually non-financial information, and usually determining materiality to this disclosures sometimes is a challenge. My question is, what are the factors that you can use to determine materiality when it comes to sustainability reporting? And again, the third question I have in relation to that is, how is this going to affect an audit opinion that you're going to issue on the overall financial statement?
Okay, that question is for auditors, right? You guys are not auditors. You confessed.
I am.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
All right, you can answer that. Would you have a question here also?
Thank you so much. My first question is going to be a follow-up question on materiality. If you look at the standard, the new standard, the ISS 5000, it talks about double materiality. So which of this double materiality is more relevant to the auditors in terms of assessing materiality of when auditing? Another question also is going to be, based on the varying requirement on the ESG reporting, what control measures can we put in place as a SAI so that we can able to detect greenwashing? Thank you.
All right. So all questions are for the auditor, right? Fantastic. Maybe the non-auditor, a question for you, sir. What manual and automated controls do you have to ensure that the data is accurate? You did emphasize that data has to be accurate for you guys to make your estimate. Think about that. Go for it.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I think I was yet to respond to a question that Edmund has asked on GRI, and I think we have someone from GRI in the house. So my understanding from a GRI is Global Reporting Initiatives. This is one of the reporting frameworks that meets the wider stakeholder needs. There are sector standards there are topic standards. You need to identify who are your key stakeholders, map your key stakeholders, ask yourself what are the material topics based on the sector that you're operating, and then what do you want to tell the public in terms of the risks that you have to the environment, human rights, to the economy and the society as well. So I would say, saying on how deep these standards are, I would say they meet the broader and wider stakeholder needs. They are one of the widely adopted standards. And if you look on the IFRS S1 and S2, they've heavily borrowed from GRI and TCFD standards. So I would say, looking at where we are from a sustainability reporting perspective, and we all need to understand sustainability reporting is a journey. You might not have a very fantastic report on your first day of reporting. It's a journey. Remember that you need to engage the stakeholders and so on and so forth. So I would say, based on what we have, it's probably one of the best standards and can meet the wider stakeholder needs in terms of the interest that they have.
Wow, Douglas, would you beg to differ? This guy is from GRI. I was just doing a knowledge check.
Yes.
No, I think she has responded well.
we do develop a comprehensive set of standards. I think I'll go through the standards when I present, but like, they are targeted at broader range of stakeholders, from the investors, from government, civil society organizations, academia, and the reporting companies themselves. And I think I'll also touch on the double materiality question that you have asked. Thank you.
Fantastic. Go for it. You're doing well.
Thanks.
Doing very well.
The other question was, now we've spoken on the reporting requirements, but the critical thing that comes into mind when you think of sustainability is how are you going to audit the non-financial aspect? I think I touched on this, that most of us are used to financial statements audit, looking into the numbers. Now this aspect of materiality when you need to speak of the climate impact, the society impact, which is not something easy to translate into the numbers that we are used to see. You would agree with me that we have Felix here. When you go for an audit of a mining company, I will be surprised if you conclude your audit without engaging with a mining engineer. Because whatever that extractive companies, let's say it's a mining oil and gas company, whatever they are doing is dependent on the expertise that other people do have. So if you look in terms of that particular company that is reporting, when you want to ensure whatever they've reported is accurate, complete, and probably compliant, then the question is how to understand the thought process that has been put into place, the systems, the way they capture their data, how they've engaged and do the validation before even the auditor comes through. How do they validate the information that has been provided by the stakeholders? Think of a company that works with a value chain of somewhere where they are sourcing raw materials from Congo and you're sitting in Tanzania. So the expectation is that you would have framework strategies, policies, risk management frameworks to ensure that whatever information that you collect is accurate. So my expectation is that the auditor will start from understanding whether that process that has been put in place is actually robust and comprehensive to ensure that whatever is reported is accurate, right? We've spoken on materiality, that materiality speaks on the financial data. How are we going to determine materiality for sustainability? So different reporting frameworks are defining materiality in different ways. ISSB standards have defined materiality the same way that has been defined in the financial statement audit. So it says, from a sustainability perspective, what would be material for you to report is any information that would influence the decisions of the users of the financial statements, specifically the investors, in the prospects or the cash flows of the company in the short, medium, and long term. If you come to speak on GRI, then you need to define what are your material topics. How do you determine what is material for you? Then the question is, if you're auditing, let's say a mining company, then you already have an expectation in terms of the carbon footprints that they have as an organization. What are the operations from end to end? After understanding what those operations are, then you would have a clue in terms of what material aspects do you expect them to report from a sustainability perspective. Yeah? I think that is how, there's a thought process. There's no one sentence to respond to that. It actually comes along understanding the regulatory requirements, understanding the expectation, who are the key stakeholders, understanding the sector in which that specific company operates into. So it's a consolidated thought that you need to put into the process and understand what the client has done and why they've done what they've done. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. You want to go for it? Okay, we'll take a comment from the AG. And after the AG, engineer, please. You answer my question and you close the session.
All right. Yes. Thank you. Just to support what my sister is saying, and the engineer. As auditors, sometimes we assume a lot. We assume as if we know everything. And one key thing that you put there for us as the role of the auditor is that stakeholders engagement. Sometimes the people we audit, we don't even want to engage them. And it's a whole industry or a sector or an establishment. Understanding the entity is very important. And for you to understand the entity, you just have to work with the personnel. If you don't work with them, then it will be a disaster. If you don't understand the entity you are auditing, just forget it. You will not issue a quality report. So that stakeholders engagement is very important. We are dealing with technical subject. The experts in that area, the engineers, sit with them. We will advise you, tell you how their sector is operating. You learn from it. That's why for us back home, what we've introduced now is even when it comes to recommendation, we are encouraging our staff to sit with the clients for them to agree on the recommendations before you conclude. So, on the materiality aspect, as you've just explained, it's a big sector. Work with them, engage them, they explain to you, then you understand better. It's not all the time. You mentioned it in your presentation, the non-financial as materiality or aspect that we should also consider. Thank you.
Engineer?
Edmund, sorry,
yes,
before
please.
Felix comes, there was one question on the impact that all this will have into the audit opinion. Okay. I think I mentioned something about ISO 720, and for ISSA, you would refer that to 2720. The responsibility of the auditor on the other information. As I've said, we've not seen the regulatory requirements demanding for sustainability reports to be audited or to be assured. But we can't run away from our responsibility because we are held with what our responsibility is from ISO 720. So the expectation is that if the client would append and have the sustainability report as part of their director's report or a report by those charged with governance, there's a section in audit opinion where we normally say that our responsibility to other information is to ensure that nothing inconsistent has been reported. Putting up that sentence, the expectation is that you've done some minimum work to ensure that whatever has been reported in that part of other information is actually consistent to the information that we have come across and aligns to what we have from a financial reporting perspective. So in that aspect, we have a responsibility to ensure that at a minimum, the data that has been put into place is correct. And probably the other danger is when the client will claim a compliance statement into the reporting framework that they would have used in particular financial statements. If they are saying these these sustainability reports are in compliant to IFRS S1 and S2 or the GRI standards, then that calls for the whole work to ensure that at a minimum, what are the requirements of the GRI? Has the client really met the expectations? And then the other bit is, do we see whether there's any inconsistency to what has been reported on the financial statement? So as much as the assurance has not been demanded, but there's a responsibility that we have as part of other information, which most of our clients will be putting up into their reports. You'll agree with me that, for example, the financial sector has been ahead on that. Most of the central banks had issued guidelines for the banks to report climate-related financial disclosures as part of the financial statements, of course, in the directors or a report charged by governance. Then when you're coming to the bit of other information, you need to do some minimum work. So that's the impact that sustainability report will have into the audit opinion. Thanks.
Thank you. I was following Agatha very closely when you're explaining, and she touched base on the principle, on what you have asked me in terms of the quality of the information. So I would just lay out the procedure that we are undertaking, just to supplement what she has already explained. From our perspective, how do we deal with the quality of the information? How do we ensure that we have quality information? There are two aspects here. When we are undertaking data collection, be it seismic data survey or any other operation that need technical, because most of what we are doing is through third party. You bring in a company expertise of doing something, maybe data collection. So to leverage on your understanding of the exercise, you have to have another company which is QCing, which is quality controlling what other companies doing. So you can find that in most of our undertaking, we have two companies. One is doing the work, the other one is like consultants to quality control of what other companies doing. So that is practice. And in reporting, I've mentioned when I was presenting that despite that this, especially this international oil company, whatever they are reporting, that we should have a third-party report assessment that goes. It is this report that goes out to the other stakeholders in the stock market. That's a third-party report that's being used for subscription for the stock market. And within company ourselves, you can also, of course, establish or capacitate the internal audit department to make sure that you do internal check, quality check before the external auditor come when they. So it's your internal auditor role to remind you every now and then of the procedure, being consistent with your whatever standard operating procedure, operating manual, and all those. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much for today. Thank you so much for today. You have done very well. Colleagues, please, let's give them a hand as they get off stage. They also told us that they want to take a camera picture of you so that you can go show your friends that you spoke at the annual regional Extractive Industries Workshop in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. But it's good. And as we're doing that, we're taking the photo. We'll leave the time to Esther to set up and guide us on the way forward. Thank you so much. Let's have that picture.
There's been such an interesting session, so no one is dozing off today at least. But if you feel like you can get up and get your blood circulating, yes, please, Pointer. So it's almost, they say graveyard session. And I'm being asked, how many minutes are you going to use? So I'm saying, I can just say hi and bye. No. I must give you something. It's on the agenda, something on sovereign wealth funds. I will try also to relate it to responsible investments. But before I do that, I will have to I should give you some background. And I will be using the Norway case, the Norwegian Oil Fund, but a number of countries either have established these funds or at least have the legal framework in place. Uganda was also going to present. They have also started saving in that fund. So if you relate to the value chain, it's on the revenue management and allocation. So this is now when you have extracted, you have some extra revenues, you must manage the revenue in a responsible way, and not only all of it should be consumed for the current generation, but also try to save for the future generations. In that regard, you cannot just put the money in a bank account because it won't give you very good return, okay? So what do you do with that money when you have? You have to manage it well, and in general, like the Norwegian Oil Fund and the other funds, they invest in financial instruments and real estate. I will just give you a few slides on that very quickly because of the time. But then why should these funds be invested? Is that the extractive revenues, they are finite and they're non-renewable. They belong to both the current generation and the future generations. And is it fair that the current generation both exhausts and consumes all the revenues? Due to energy transition, demand for fossil fuel like coal and oil will eventually decline as well, and the revenues from these resources should be managed well, for example, by saving. That's another argument. And good custodians will consider to also allocate some of the funds for savings for either special purposes, in-country investment, like in infrastructure, or investment in foreign assets. As I mentioned, saving in a bank account is not in general a good idea, as it won't generate high return. So therefore, it needs to be invested. So I think I will just, that was on why they should be invested. So now to this slide you are seeing on the sovereign wealth funds. This is from the International Institute of Sovereign Wealth Funds. As you see, 8 trillion are invested by top 100 sovereign wealth funds. And you see all the other figures there. I will not repeat them, but what I would like to emphasize is, okay, China, USA and China are number 1 and 2. Norway has invested of these 1.6 trillion US dollars, and they are number 32 on this list. So they account for 20% of this, these figures that they have put on here. Just to give you an idea, there's, and if you go on the link is there, you can check that, more information on that. So the Norwegian Petroleum Fund, they call it also Norwegian Pension Fund Global. So the abbreviation is GPFG, but it really has nothing to do with pension. It's just the name. And it's managed by the Norwegian Central Bank's division called Norwegian Bank Investment Management. What I would like to bring your attention to is that the total inflow is like 5,551 billion as of March. But then some of this amount has been spent, 600 something, throughout. If you look at the total return, can you see that figure? 9,803. Point is, they haven't saved as much as they have been able to invest and gain return. That's my point, just to bring it to your attention. And also when you are investing in foreign countries, the currency also plays a role. So that's the total amount now in Norwegian kroner. But if the currency is performing not very well, it could have gone the other way around as well. But main point is it's still yielding quite a lot if it's invested well. So it's just to illustrate that one. They have invested in equities, listed shares, fixed income, and real estate. As you see, it has performed very poorly in the last year. But as an investor, you don't look at this as short-term because you have to be a long-term investor. So it's also very important that there is a public outcry, oh, now they lost this much and that much. I was auditing the Oil Fund and Ministry of Finance Management from 2006 to 2013. And in the middle of the credit crunch, 2007, 8, 9. So and in that time, they lost 600 billion, but they recovered the next year when the market picked up. But you know, there were a lot of news articles, etc. We lost this much money. There's always in the media, point is US auditors don't need to get alarmed whenever these things happen. You need to know what's happening in the markets. So there should be some investment considerations. The main is asset mix, diversification, and the mandate. I will not go through all of it because of the time, but these things needs to be in place. So what is key is that the mandate should be well defined and the roles and responsibilities should be clearly defined between, like, what is the ministry's role, what is the fund's role, and the fund manager's roles. So these things are very key, and how everything, it should be well defined. And under my time of audit, everything wasn't very clear, so hopefully I made some contribution to get some changes there. So I will just skip, this is just the asset classes. You see, this is a regional example, that Botswana, they are investing their diamond money in, it's called Pula Fund. It's managed by the the Central Bank of Botswana. And then we have Nigeria. I don't know if you audit this one, but this link I got from the Sovereign Wealth Fund Institute. So there are 3 funds managed, but the figures are not totally disclosed, so they're not, so transparency is also good for auditors to ask. Singapore fund and Nigerian fund, they don't disclose the amount that is invested, but just the asset classes. But it's not sufficient, but there are funds. Nigeria has 3 funds. This one shows just the Norwegian asset mix, how they're performing in the individual classes. I will just skip this one. But what you can take note of is there should be benchmarks, the indices. So the Norwegian fund is benchmarking the FTSE Global. And they have 9,000 listed companies. But they're only investing in, okay, they're almost similar to that one. But as you see on the bonds, they're not investing in all of them, but then they're reinvesting the money in other papers. So the Bloomberg has 17,000 bonds, but they only invested in 6,000. But some of this has been channeled to private equity, which is unlisted companies, and real estate. So. But point is, as fund managers are required to replicate index and not invest too much actively, like you just buy and sell without a plan. If you replicate these indices, then you have a proper oversight. It's easy. It's called passive management if you don't do much about just buy those, equities or others, but if they also got allowances to buy and sell there is a risk allowance. The main key is risk and return. So the risk, there are 5 categories: investment risks, market risk, credit risk, currency risk, and interest rate we all know about, and currency. Counterparty risk is also very key here. I will not go through them. They are there in the slides, what is the definition of these different risk types. What is important to know is that markets are volatile, and you need to know what risk is there. Are you able to sell the equities when you want to? But if you're a long-term investor, you don't need to get alarmed and go and sell every time the prices are dropping, for example. So all these risks, both the fund manager and the owner, like ministries, should know about, and also the auditors need to understand these risks as well. Under the credit crunch, the Norwegian fund was invested in American high-risk bonds, mortgage bonds. So it was really, so they lost some money there, but they recovered in other sites later. Anyway, what is important when they're investing in bonds is the credit risk. They get their rating from 3 companies, Moody's, Fitch, and what is the third one? S&P. What is these rating shows that they should be on investment grade is the high prime quality bonds, but below that, then you're taking more risk. So that was just a little bit background, and now as a fund manager, I'm just showing you this is how much they are invested in, but connecting it to the responsible investment is they have an ethical council who go through the portfolio, and they have guidelines, and they need to abide to those guidelines. Many of the companies, they are not allowed to invest in, and we'll see. So they're not allowed to invest in companies with nuclear weapon, like I think Boeing is excluded. For example, companies producing tobacco, they're not allowed. Those who have a bad impact on the environment, pollution, not allowed to invest in companies producing coal. You can say there is a paradox. Norway is producing oil, though. It can also contribute to the environment negative effect, and human rights abuse. So, and they are monitoring very carefully, and a lot of activities there. A number of companies are under a list called observation list and exclusion list, and on their website, and quite many of the companies are excluded. I'm wondering, I think I saw something on Barrick Gold was also excluded due to some of these criteria. I just wanted to share that, but anyways, it's on the list there. I can't see from here that little text, and maybe you also can. But this is just to show you the observation and exclusion list of the companies that they're not, yes, Barrick Gold is excluded due to severe environmental damage. Exxaro, Glencore are excluded due to production of coal and coal-based energy, just to mention a couple of them. So they have also given the definition of what is responsible investment for them. I will just skip this one, but we go to the next slide. They are working closely with a number of companies which they own shares in. That's important to highlight, and also on the companies for sustainable growth. So one side is those they are totally excluded, and others that try to work closely to make an impact on the sustainability. So that's why they call it responsible investments. So in that regard, they work closely on this and monitor their ESG performance and how they run on this, and sometimes they also divest from these companies. I just want to show you a list of the companies they are working with. But before I do that, they're saying this is all from their website, because I have not worked with especially this part, but they monitor and engage with quite a lot of companies on how they're managing this ESG. Yeah, I mentioned already that they divest, and they also vote on these shareholder meetings, and they are very active in that regard. So they can influence quite a lot in this. You remember I showed you the slide where they're invested in almost 9,000 companies. They've got share almost 1 or 2% of all of those. So this is my last slide showing their ESG work. So they have got a long, long list alphabetically on the website. So this shows the company they are engaged in, how many meetings they've had. They've got one full division working on these metrics. So all these ESGs and climate. So what I noticed while Melissa was having her presentation, so I thought, let me Google BT as well and check. So even BT, the group is on that list. So they've been engaging with BT Group as well. So from what I found on their website was they had 3 meetings, engaged in social and governance, and also on the climate part. Just to give you one example to relate what has been presented here. So from the investor's perspective, they have been engaging also with BT. So in that regard, they influence the ESG and climate decisions as well. So I think I will stop there just to give you from an investor's perspective, but at the end of the day, when it's the money, it's money that belongs to the people. So when the money is invested in the funds, whether from mining or oil and gas, the fund manager is investing and managing on behalf of the people. So it belongs to the citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Esther. It's been a long day. And our people say, if you are going to church to look for Jesus and you meet a white man, go back home. You've just found Jesus. We are struggling very hard on this sustainability reporting. We have met a couple of white people. You are yet to meet the last white man, so we can go back home. So let's take the last stretch, guys. In 2024, GRI introduced a standard for the mining sector. And we are discussing extractives with specific reference to the mining sector. And we heard Agatha speak about GRI standards being broad-based. We didn't get an answer to Edmond's question of how deep it is. But the GRI man is here. So I want to quickly invite Douglas, Director for GRI Africa, to take us through the GRI 14 for the mining sector. Can we give him a hand, please? The last white man.
I didn't know I was the white man that you're talking about. I think you can project. Thank you. I didn't know I was the white man that was being referred to. But thank you to AFROSAI for the opportunity to come and join you in this workshop. I think we're quite encouraged by the relationship that we are building with AFROSAI. I think this is pretty much our third engagement since 2023. We had one session earlier on, I think May, that was focusing on sustainability reporting. I'll ask Nikiwe to help me distribute this. Oh, I said Nikiwe. Someone corrected me. Thank you. And can I have the clicker? Okay. All right. So that's a flyer summarizing the GRI 1.4, the mining sector standard that Richard just mentioned. All right. And I just put together a few slides, not really a few, but I think I'll be able to quickly move through the slides because the other presenters, Agatha and Melissa, did touch on some of the standards, the IFRS S1, S2, and Melissa also touched on the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. So whilst the pamphlet is being distributed, all right, who we are as GRI. Oh, you want me to, sorry. Who we are as GRI, we are an international organization that help organizations, not necessarily just businesses, but any organization that seeks to report on their sustainability impacts. And by so doing, I think there was mention of stakeholder dialogue, stakeholder engagement. We enable dialogue between the organization and their stakeholders, and we facilitate the management of the sustainability impacts, as well as their integration into decision making. I think discussions have been made about what is the role of auditors and so forth. So I hope we will provide tools that will also help you in terms of your recommendations, in terms of your decision making. Without doubt, and I think this has been touched on by the different presenters, since yesterday, I saw your program from yesterday. Sorry, my friend wanted me to be focused on a particular area. There's no doubt that there's been growth in terms of ESG policies around the world. I looked yesterday in Tanzania. I think there are about 14 ESG-related policies that require some level of disclosure, and one dating back 2015, if I'm not mistaken, that looks at transparency and accountability in the Extractive Industries Act of 2015. So it would be good to hear from colleagues how that is going. But going back, there has been an exponential growth in terms of ESG policies around the world as many countries domesticate the global instruments that are being discussed at the UN level, at the ILO level, World Bank, IFC level, as countries ratify and domesticate these global policies. Many are coming up with national policies, national regulation, and you can see in 1990, you only had about 6, right, globally. Then right now we are looking at almost 2,500 policies. And
these policies are covering a range. You have from government side, subsidies, targets, national plans. You also have reporting laws. I think mention was made of the European Sustainability Reporting Standards earlier. You also have ESG being integrated into public procurement policies. And then earlier on, I think stock exchanges were mentioned, looking at building trust in their market. And by so doing, attract the growing body of investors that are only interested in deploying their capital in companies that are well governed, companies that have less risks, including less risk along their supply chains. And then I think what is also coming up, green taxonomies, financing sustainable economies. I think South Africa has been leading with its green financing taxonomy. I think Kenya is also developing one. And I understand Nigeria is also developing a taxonomy on financing a sustainable economy. And then you have carbon taxes. And as we have heard earlier on, this is leading to, a number of standards, frameworks, ratings, indices, as well as certifications. You have, on the standard side, in terms of reporting standards, mention was made earlier on of IFRS S1, S2. Melissa also touched on the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, and I'm from the Global Reporting Initiative. And these three are likely to shape the ESG sustainability reporting going forward. There are other standard setters. I think someone mentioned the Securities Exchange Commission of the US. I think it was the engineer from the oil company. Then you also have frameworks like the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, then the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, and these shape how companies can look at defined topics. They don't have reporting requirements, which is the clear distinctions with the standards, where the standards will have specific reporting criteria that companies have to report on. These ones provide the framework for companies to look at ESG issues and address ESG issues. Then you also have the indices and ratings, and these guys use the information that is publicly available to rate companies, primarily for the benefit of the investor community. Then you have different labels and certifications. And then to the question that was asked earlier on, in terms of the approaches to materiality, I think there's general agreement that corporate reporting is going to look at two aspects when you look at materiality. You have the financial materiality that looks at the IFRS, TCFD. There's also the Carbon Disclosure Standards Board, then the International Integrated Reporting Council. They were looking at how ESG issues can affect the value of an enterprise. There's the risks and opportunities that are financial, sustainability related risks and opportunities, and how they can impact on an organization's enterprise value. So in other words, how ESG can help enhance value of the company, or if those issues are not managed well, how ESG can also reduce the value or impact negatively on the value of the company. In other words, these are what is also being termed as the outside in, how the outside ESG issues can impact the organization internally in terms of financial value of the enterprise. As GRI, we look on the other side of the double materiality coin, if I may use that. We look at the impact an enterprise can have on society, on the environment, including impacts on human rights. So this approach is going pretty much determine what is called the global comprehensive baseline for sustainability reporting, looking at the financial risks and opportunities and how they impact the value of the enterprise, and also looking at how the enterprise itself impacts the outside world in terms of society, environment, and contribution to the economy. I know you had a question earlier on. Are you answered? All right, thank you. But feel free to interject and raise questions and so forth as we go on. Let's keep it engaging, because I can see the energy levels have dropped significantly, and others are just like our online colleagues. They are busy on their laptops, and yeah, but feel free to ask questions, and let's keep it more engaging, more lively, right, if I may use that. And then zeroing in on the GRI standards, like I said, we develop standards that help companies identify the sustainability issues and how these sustainability issues are impacting the outside world. And the standards are developed through multi-stakeholder approaches, multi-stakeholder committees that involve a range of stakeholders. You have civil society organizations, you have labor organizations, you have investment institutions, businesses, as well as what we call mediating institutions. AfROSAI can be a mediating institution, as well as other business leadership or business network organizations, as well as academic institutions, and so those can all be under the mediating institutions umbrella. And more importantly, like I said, which distinguishes the GRI standards from the IFRS. I think Agatha did mention how IFRS approaches materiality, which is the same as the financial materiality in definition. But for us, we look at materiality being the significant impacts that an organization has to the environment, people, as well as contribution to the economy. Moving on, the standards are presented as a three modular system, which are interlinked. One, you look at the what we call the universal standards, and these are applicable to all organizations that are reporting in accordance with the GRI standards. Then we have the GRI standards, the GRI sector standards, and then we have the GRI topic standards. And then that you can read later on, but it's just looking at how we look at impact, how we define impact, and then also how we define materiality. And then there was also a question around the integrity of the reported information. We provide about 8 principles that we hope can help companies to enhance the quality of what they are reporting, as well as the integrity of the reporting process. But that does not preclude the fact that some companies still do the greenwashing and so forth. And the principles, like the one on verifiability, is not really assurance. You cannot equate it to assurance. We're just encouraging companies to report in a way that what information they are reporting can be subjected to verification tests. excuse me. And then the topic standards. The question to Agatha was, how comprehensive are the GRI standards? Currently, we have about 31 topics that are covered in the standards. You can look at the topics there from 201 to 418. Some of them look more at economic contribution. If you look at performance, market enterprise, down to tax. Then you also have another set of standards that speak more to environmental impacts. And then quite a number of standards that address social issues, including the workers, including human rights issues, as well as engagement in communities. One example in terms of a topic standard, if you look at occupational health and safety, what the standard would ask companies how they are managing the topic, if it is material. So you're looking at the topic management disclosures. So that's more like your policies, your processes and procedures that you have in place or that the company has in place to manage the topic. And then you have specific metrics. In this case, you are looking at work-related injuries, work-related health, ill health, and so forth. So each of those topics that I showed earlier, they follow a similar structure. How the organization is managing the topic, if it is material, as well as providing qualitative or quantitative metrics in terms of performance. Then we also have the third set in the modular system, what we call the GRI sector standards. And we're looking at developing sector standards for about 40 sectors. To date, we have about 4 sector standards that have been developed. The aim of the sector standards are pretty much to increase the quality, consistency, and completeness of reported data in a particular sector. And then organizations can use the sector standard when they are determining the topics to report on, those that are material, as well as the disclosures that the company has to report on. And then for sector standards, there could also be additional recommendations, additional disclosures that companies in a particular sector would have to report on. You can read that later on. Wow. Have you run out of battery or what? All right. So like I said, we have 4 sector standards that have been developed to date. And 3 of them relate to extractive industries, which is the subject of this workshop. If I look at GRI 1.4, you have just received the pamphlet. You can read a summary of what is covered in that standard, but it's a comprehensive standard for reporting the impacts by companies in the mining sector. I think in the pamphlets you can have a broad overview of what are the drivers, what are the benefits, and what the sector standard is aiming to achieve. It provides clarity on the most significant impacts pertaining to the mining sector, and then the aim is also to generate granular data based on stakeholder needs at the local level, mine site level as well. And then the good thing is that the sector standard is not reinventing the wheel. It's building on what is already out there. It's founded on what we call authoritative international instruments. From the slide there, you can look at ILO, Multinational Enterprises and Social Policy Declaration. You have the International Corporate Governance Network. And then if you look on the other side, you have different performance standards, including the ICMM. You also have IFC standards there, and I think there was mention of principles for responsible mining earlier on, and then also included in the development of the mining sector standard are reporting standards, including the EITI standard of 2023. I think yesterday you had a session with someone from EITI. Probably they already covered that. Reporting standards like IFRS S1, S2 that we mentioned. Then you also have the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. So it's, like we said, it's a comprehensive and pretty much maybe answers the earlier question, how deep are the standards? Because it's a similar approach that is taken in developing the GRI standards. So you have authoritative international instruments, you have performance standards, then you also have reporting standards, and these are integrated and provided for in the GRI mining sector standard. And then the sector standard is targeted at companies that are involved in exploration and extraction of minerals, including quarrying. It's also targeted at companies that are involved in the primary processing of minerals, as well as companies that supply engineering or specialized goods and services to mining companies, as well as companies that provide other services like storage, transport, as well as other mining-related services provided to mining companies. Any questions? All right. To check if you have been following since the earlier presentations, can you quickly jot down like 5 topics that you think are covered in the sector standard, or that should be covered in the sector standard? When it comes to mining, 5 topics that mining companies have to account and report on. Any 5 that you can quickly write down. I see there are lots of notepads there. They are very blank. No one has been using them. Right? Yes?
Thank you for that insightful presentation. I think you sort of maybe answered my question. I wanted to ask you on the issue of materiality, right? And you had those topical areas that the companies need to, look at in terms of their reporting process. So I was just wondering, in terms of the materiality, because when you're looking at some of these topics, most of the issues are qualitative. So how do you then navigate in terms of which topic you want to report on?
So what I should have also have mentioned, those 31 topics are what we currently provide in the standards. But it doesn't mean a company has to report on all the 31. They report on those that not really relevant, that are significant in terms of impact, determined by the company in engagement with the stakeholders. So you have 31 topics, and out of those 31 topics, maybe as an organization or company, only 5 of them are significantly material to your company. Then you only need to report on those 5. You don't need to report on the 31.
So it will also depend on the type of industry you are involved in.
Yes. The type of industry, and that's why we're also looking at sector standards. And the question, you're trying to be clever, the question to you is, can you jot down 5 topics that would be material to mining companies? You already jotted them down. All right. 5 topics, material for reporting that you as auditors, they are also publicly owned or state-owned mining companies that you probably audit as well. So which topics would you go out there when you're auditing the company? Which topics would you be top on your mind in terms of auditing? Anyone? All right. I think there is another mic somewhere. If you were listening, I mentioned the topic, some of the topics, a couple of slides back. So I'm just checking how many people are following. All right?
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
So,
you can just go ahead.
Okay.
There's no right or wrong answer. What 5 topics, when you're going to audit a mining company, would be top on your mind,
okay,
and you want the company to account for those top 5?
Air emissions.
Air emissions, waste.
Economic impact.
Economic impact.
Local communities.
The local communities.
Right and indigenous people.
All right. He has been following, right? So those are the likely material topics. Thank you. Yeah. 26 topics that are covered in the GRI 1.4 mining sector standard. They can be categorized under environment, local communities, the workers, as well as financial transparency. I think the morning sessions dealt a lot around illicit outflows, payments, and so forth. So financial transparency, you can group some of the topics under there. And then you also have cross-cutting issues or themes that cut across. I think I had my notes somewhere, or you distributed them. Oh, okay, this one. All right, thank you. And if you look at the 26 topics, I think your 5 are all included there, right? These are the topics that the technical committee identified and said these would likely be material to companies that are operating in the mining sector. Like I mentioned, companies that are involved in extraction. You also have companies that are involved in primary processing of minerals and metals. And then you also have those companies that are providing technical or engineering services to mining companies. I don't know how much time we have. If we would have time to unpack each of the categories. Richard is saying we don't have we don't have time. But if you look into the standard, I think on the pamphlet there's a QR code. You can scan that, and you'll be able to download the mining standard itself, and then you can look at which are the issues that are covered under each of those topics. For example, if I look at climate change, it's covering the greenhouse gas emissions. It's also looking at community resilience and adaptation, and how mining companies or companies are helping communities to adapt to current and future impacts of climate change. And then if you look at air emissions, the topic is also recommending reporting the relevant significant air emissions for each mine site separately, not at the corporate or group level, but what are the impacts at the individual mine project or mine site. If you go to local communities, topics that are covered include both economic contributions of mining organizations to communities. I think when she was presenting, she said not just to look at the negatives, but also to look at what are the positive impacts. And it's also looking at the social impacts on health and well-being, community relations and engagement. If you look at impact assessments and engagement by the organization with communities, and how the company deals with grievances, as well as community development programs. Then if I move to the cross-cutting issues, expectations are that companies should report their impacts at each individual mining site. Do we understand the expectation? Because in the past, if you look at corporate reports, it would be a group report covering probably 20 mining sites, and they report their particular impact. But what that does is you miss out on what are the local impacts, right? So what the sector standard as well as other standards that I mentioned earlier on, or frameworks, they are encouraging reporting of impacts at each individual mine site so that there's clarity on how each mining site is impacting the environment, and also how each mine project is also contributing positively or negatively to community development. Any questions on the topics? Any question that you think should not be there or that should be added when it comes to accountability by mining companies? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to know if the selection of your own topics are linked to the SDGs and the Afrobarometer reports.
Yes, like I mentioned earlier on, the standards, as well as this one, are grounded in the international authoritative instruments, SDGs being one of the international frameworks. So yes, we do look at SDGs. We also do look at other UN policy documents. You also look at ILO. You also look at other performance standards, like I mentioned. I put the IFC performance standards. There are also other frameworks that are included. And then where's my clicker? Where's the clicker? All right, thank you. To your question, if I can go back a couple of slides. All right. Right. You can look at the instruments that are integrated in the slide. You have OECD, you have the UN, ILO, ICGN in terms of the authoritative instruments. Also have other performance standards and frameworks that have been incorporated in the development of the standard. And then you also have other reporting standards, including the EITI. All right. EITI, yes, the 2023 standard is integrated into the GRI 1.4. All right, moving on. I don't think we'll have time to go through this, but once you get the slide deck, you can look at a topic like tailings, and you look at what impacts are covered, and then what the company would be expected to report on. And then if you, don't worry, I'll share the whole deck. Don't worry. Then if you look at closure and rehabilitation, you look at what impacts are covered in terms of mitigating socioeconomic impacts on communities and workers, management of environmental health and safety, impacts from closure on water, biodiversity, and local communities, and then what the company would be expected to report on, what are the minimum notice periods for operational changes, what are the programs for upgrading employee skills. After the closure, they have to continue with livelihoods, so in terms of livelihood protection, what are the skills that are being imparted on the employees. Then you look at total land disturbed or rehabilitated, the estimated life of a mine, the financial provisions for closure, and then you look at non-financial provisions to manage communities' socio-economic transformation. Then if you look at land and resource rights, which is often a topical issue where mining companies and communities are involved, then you look at the impacts from land use. Those are the impacts that are covered, the tenure rights and the disputes. Then you look at involuntary resettlement, mitigation and remediation. So those would be your impacts. And then in terms of reporting, that's what the company would be expected to report on. What are the meaningful engagement with stakeholders down to which sites where conflicts or violations of land and resource rights have occurred. Then same with conflict, conflict affected and high risk areas. I think that was a question posed to the last panelist or presented by, I think it was Melissa, right, who touched on conflict affected and high risk areas. So you're looking at what are the impacts that are covered, increased likelihood of mining organizations' involvement with human rights, violation, corruption and financial flows contributing to conflict, and then linkages to armed groups. I think we all know the situation in the Eastern DRC, or in DRC as a country, very rich, but has never really benefited from the mineral wealth. But there are companies that are benefiting from that mineral wealth. Right? And seems really, I think earlier on there was questions around government commitment and so forth, but I think when it comes to the DRC, it's really lack of commitment at the international level. Everyone seems to know what is happening, but because we are all benefiting from the minerals, people just turn a blind eye. We continue to use our smart gadgets, smartphones, iPads, laptops, with the high conducting minerals that are coming from the conflict area, Eastern DRC. So there seems to be a consensus to just turn a blind eye. But otherwise, if there was commitment, probably that conflict would have been long resolved. And then if you look at, like I mentioned, there are also recurring themes that are cutting across the topics. 17 of the 25 topics require reporting at the mine level, mine site level, not at the group level. If you have 50 projects, mining projects, then that requirement is report on each of those projects, the impacts, if they are material, right? Then you also have the economic impacts, expectations to not only avoid and mitigate negative impacts, but also to generate positive impacts, benefits, and long-term development based on community needs. Then community engagement, how the company engages with communities on several topics. It's covered under several topics, including not just the community topics, local community topics, but also on topics such as closure and rehabilitation, critical incident management, climate adaptation and resilience, and then gender, aspects are mainstreamed throughout the topics that are covered in the sector standard. Others, I know during the consultation process, others wanted a standalone topic on gender. But I think it was said that gender can be mainstreamed across all the different topics. I don't know, I think running out of battery. You can go to the next slide. All right. Any questions on the mining sector standard? Or points of clarification? All right. Another sector standard that we developed that is also related to the extractive industries is one on core, which was developed and published in 2022. And the aim is really to help businesses understand and mitigate their sustainability impacts whilst moving towards the just transition. So it's the reporting aspect, support what we call forward-looking climate disclosure, reporting on transition plans, that is climate transition plans, reporting on potential emissions from reserves, as well as divestment from coal and fossil fuels, as well as goals and targets for greenhouse gas emissions. And then just transition, looking at what are the policy commitments at the company level, and then actions being taken by the company to mitigate impacts of the low carbon transition and mine closures on local communities and workers. If you look at some of the core mines, you have a mine, then you also have a lot of secondary industries that developed because of that mining project. You have education, you have hospitals, you have financial, banks and so forth. So the closure of the coal mine would also have impacts on other secondary activities that developed because of that core project. But then what also comes into question is the commitment, right? If you look at the commitment towards the transition to a low carbon economy, are we seeing that commitment? Anyone? Is there commitment? Because we have the same governments that are signing these net zero just transition plans. They're also celebrating the discovery of new core reserves, oil and gas, and so forth. And then I think last year, if I recall, last year recorded the highest consumption of coal in history. Right? Globally, we had the highest consumption of coal, but at the same time, we're talking about the just transition to low carbon economies. So, as auditors, I'm sure you audit government policies as well. What recommendations are you making? You don't audit government policy. You don't question the policies. But I think there's a big contradiction. If you look at, we have COP this, COP that, COP whatever, people signing up to these commitments, but if you look at last year, 2023, you had the highest consumption of coal globally. And we are seeing even more projects that are going towards coal. You also even have huge reserves. If you look at South Africa, Zimbabwe, I think what is still underground is much more than what has been mined to date. Right? When you look at coal reserves. So,
you are talking about the mines, the other standard 14, you talk about the situation in the DIC, because for me it's all boils down to ethical issues. Yes, well, for undercoal, you have something there specific. So I was just wondering why.
All right, thank you. The sector standard for coal also identifies topics that are likely to be material for that sector, companies that are operating in the coal mining. I think those are the companies that are covered by that coal sector standard. Companies that are involved in exploration and the extraction of coal, companies that are involved in the processing of coal, and like the mining sector standard, companies that are providing services to coal mining companies, including the transportation and storage of coal. And then moving on, we also have a sector standard on oil and gas. Right? So the sector standards cover the extractive industries from mining. Then you also have coal, and then you also have another sector standard on oil and gas. And I didn't ask you in terms of the topics that are covered in the core, but you can see there is significant overlap with what is covered in the mining sector standard. And also there will be significant overlap with the topics that are covered in the oil and gas sector standard. Mining, there are 26. Oil and gas, there are 22, and I think there's pretty much the same topics that are also covered for core. So it doesn't mean if a company is involved both in mining, let's say gold mining, and is also involved in core, so they have to look at the two sector standards when they're looking at what to report on. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to duplicate the efforts, because there is pretty much significant overlap of the topics that are covered. So if you are involved in coal, oil and gas, and mining of base minerals, then pretty much you might be the report the same topic, and that will cover the three different sectors. But then the mining sector standard, there are additional topics like I was looking at conflict affected, closure, rehabilitation, and so forth. All right, I think there was also a question in terms of how do you ensure the accuracy and integrity of the information that is being reported on. Earlier on, I mentioned principles that we have in the standards that are aimed at enhancing the integrity and quality of the reported information and also the reporting process. But I think you cannot run away from the need for assurance. Right? I think Agatha is left, but that's what they do, right? KPMG, PwC, Deloitte, EY, they all have departments that are also looking at the assurance of ESG data, and it will obviously be helped by the standard that I think it's Melissa who mentioned, the standard that is being developed in terms of, I think it's what, I know there's a 5,000 somewhere, but it's the assurance standard. There's also the AA 1,000, 3,000 assurance standards for assuring ESG data. So limited assurance as well as reasonable assurance. Earlier on, Melissa touched on the European Sustainability Reporting Standards, and they are really serious on sustainability reporting to the extent that all the reports from 2026 that are reporting in accordance to the European Sustainability Reporting Standards. 2026, they have to have limited assurance. And then 2 years down the line, they have to move towards reasonable assurance. That's how serious they are in terms of putting ESG sustainability reporting at the same level as financial reporting. And then I think that's pretty much my last slide. You can also follow those links in terms of further additional support that we provide as an organization. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah. Any questions for Douglas? I see very tired faces.
And I see the notebooks are still very blank.
No, we have taken in. There's a lot of information load, not overload. We've taken a lot of information, so we are still processing. But colleagues, any question for Douglas before he takes a well-deserved seat? Any questions, comments, commendation, recommendation?
But
right.
Maybe just from my end,
right.
Thanks for the opportunity. We embarking on a 4-year project that's looking at mining as well as tax. So I think it's an area that we can continue engaging and build the relationship on. So it's a 4-year program, and we can have you, or we can become your partner in this journey. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. We'd love to be partners. A round of applause for Douglas. Thank you so much. And I told you he was the last white guy you meet. He's the only one who's given material to send home. Eh? We have some flyers to send home. It's been a long day, a lot of information. I would invite Irene and Sia to take us through some bits of admin information for tomorrow. I think Irene is here. Yeah.
Habari zenu. Mambo. It's a long day. You're probably so tired of looking at the letters and datas. Tomorrow we're going to have a beautiful day. A session outside, and we are going to hear something different. We have been hearing about mining, minerals, and all that details. Tomorrow we are going to hear about gas. We are going to Gasco. Gasco is a subsidiary company. It's a TPDC where our previous speaker engineer came from. And Gasco deals with the distribution of the natural gas. It's where the gases from the wells is transported, and when it's distributed to different parts of the country. So tomorrow we are going to hear more about that. What I want you guys to know is, what are we going to dress tomorrow? Just wear comfortable clothes. You don't have to put on coat and ties. It's a free day. That's why I was saying it's a different day. Wear your comfortable shoes, but make sure they are closed, not open. Wear your comfortable clothes. And the good thing, Sia has something for us outside. So if you don't have something so comfy, you can get there outside, just at the entrance. And another thing I want you all to know, we'll be leaving here at around 9, where we'll have our lunch boxes outside by 8:30, and we'll have our buses outside waiting for us. We have 2 buses and 9 small cars. It depends which one you want to go with. But transportation is sorted at your comfortability. You got a very beautiful day. Another thing I want you to know about Gasco is that pipeline has a capacity of 700 million metric standard cubic feet. It's a very big diameter, and it has diameter of, I was just checking it, 36 inches from Mandimba, which is in Twara, to Kinyerezi. Where it reaches Kinyerezi, it shrinks to 16 inches, goes to Tegeta, where it's the distribution to the different stations. But more from the people from Gospel. So just keep your ears open to listen and your eyes to see, because we'll see the whole projection from Mtwara, how it's transported from Mtwara to Kinyerezi to Tegeta. Everything will be projected. So just want you to be ready for that. You have a question? Yeah. What? Okay, it's about 30 kilometers from here, but because we are going in the morning, there'll be no traffic, I guess, so it will take us like 1 hour or 1.5 hours. Mm.
Just to clarify on that, we also have a rider to clear the road, so we will not have a long time on the road, so don't be discouraged.
Yeah. Anything you want to know more?
I just wanted to say that probably it will be a good practical.
Yes, from the tropic. Yes.
So I don't know if people will follow it.
Yes, the last.
You know those topics that we're projecting, probably you can prepare questions. And then it will be more like the application, practical application.
Yes, definitely.
How the company is addressing those particular topics.
Definitely.
I don't know, Richard, probably you can project back. And then
Okay.
Will you read the presentation tonight? Before 9 a.m. tomorrow.
They'll just have an overview because they've heard what you've been saying, and they'll see it in the real eyes, the practical part of it.
Yeah, so
they will link the two.
Yeah, it will be practical. I think it will be up to Richard whether he will be able to send it tonight because he has the presentation. All right. So I think it will, I don't know where we are in terms of the slide. You can, I think the clicker should be there. Oh, it's here. It's here. All right. We said those are the topics covered in the oil and gas. And then in terms of specific topics, those are the 22 topics. So you can engage the company on those topics when they are presenting their ESG or sustainability tomorrow. But I think Richard will send the whole presentation. Maybe not today, but after the trip. Thank you.
So I think that is all for today. You know, they say when they want your speech to be enlightened, it should be as short as a miniskirt. It only covers the important part, and this is it.
Okay, thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow at 9. Yes, please.
Do I need a microphone? Okay, I just wanted to let you know that we'll be in this room adjacent to the secretariat table, where we would be distributing the comfy thing that Irene told us that we will wear for tomorrow. So please, once you have identified, we have aggregated, clustered them in sizes. So please, you'd be looking for a displayed size, and if it's yours, you would let us know, we give you that. And then, if you wouldn't mind, you would sign us the sheet that, the register sheet, that we have replaced, because yesterday we had a lot of handwritten ones, so we have included them in the printed sheet. So we would kindly request you to sign for us the 2 days, yesterday and today, and then that's it. Thank you so much, and enjoy your time.